Chapter 642. According to the investigation, the Sword City is buried in the Mirror Lake. That's the origin of all the sects in the Sword mysterious world, another Tao Attainment Realm cultivator said softly. His eyes slowly swept across the ruins that were shrouded in silk-like fog. Even at their level, it was difficult to see through the many restrictions at a glance. This showed how mysterious and strange this place was. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that the heavenly secrets here were extremely chaotic and filled with many unknown auras. Gu Changa's gaze was inexplicable. He shook his head and said, "I've just heard about this place, so I don't know much about it." The reason why he appeared in the form of helping Princess Xian Dai was that he wanted everyone to help him find the entrance to the Mirror Lake. This way, he would have a chance to sneak in secretly. After all, no matter what, if the world's origin fell into his hands, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble when he returned to the upper realm. Although Gu Changa was not afraid of trouble, he adhered to the principle of less trouble and still planned to secretly obtain the world's origin. For those who were already in the Tao Attainment Realm, the temptation of the world's origin was self-evident. It was enough to make them go crazy and risk their lives. If that's the case, why don't we attack together, young Lord Changa? Let's see if we can find the entrance to the Mirror Lake. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial ancestors' eyes moved slightly and asked. As they spoke, Princess Euphia and the others followed behind the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial ancestor. They all came down from the ancient ship and came here. Euphia bowed slightly to Gu Changa as a greeting. Although she was familiar with Gu Changa, it was not appropriate to go up and greet him under such circumstances. In fact, Euphia also had many doubts in her heart. She wanted to ask Gu Changa if he knew the whereabouts of Tuoba Xiaoyao. After learning about Tuoba Xiaoyao's death, she sent people to investigate, but they did not find anything. Although she did not know why she had a strange intuition in her heart, she felt that Gu Changa might know about this matter. "I won't participate in this matter. I'm just here to join in the fun." Gu Changa waved his hand and smiled faintly, rejecting the request of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's grand imperial ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Tao enlightened beings from the other orthodoxies looked disappointed on the surface, but deep down they heaved a sigh of relief. They were actually very worried that Gu Changa would come and get involved. With his strength and background, no one here dared to provoke him. At that time, if they really found the world's origin, they might not be able to resist the temptation and make a move on it. In this way, he would inevitably offend Gu Changa. With young Master Changa's strength, it's really a pity. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head regretfully, but he was actually relieved like everyone else. Gu Changa smiled but didn't say anything. Ada stood beside him like a terrifying demonic mountain. They stood at the periphery and didn't choose to enter the ruins. The ancient mystic ruins were very large, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Other than the many broken mountains, there were some collapsed ruins. One could see the former palaces and many murals and pillars. With the arrival of the so-called extraterrestrial demons, the powerhouses of the various forces and sects that rushed here didn't dare to act recklessly. They didn't dare to send their disciples to search for the whereabouts of the Mirror Lake. At the outermost area of the ancient mystic ruins, almost everyone from the Sword Profound world who rushed here had gathered. Graceful Sword Deity, Snow Sword Deity, and many other sword immortals of the land also stood there silently. They looked at the powerhouses of the upper realm not far away and used various secret techniques to search for the unknown strangeness of this place. The Mirror Lake is there. If they get there first, the consequences will be unimaginable. Graceful Sword Deity said softly, his eyes filled with worry. Snow Sword Deity looked at Gu Changa, who was not far away and talking with many upper realm enlightened beings. Her heart was not calm. If young Master Gu speaks up and wants to stop all of this, what do you think the chances of success are? She asked Graceful Sword Deity. Graceful Sword Deity didn't expect her to suddenly say that and was stunned for a moment. Although young Master Gu doesn't have any ill intentions towards our world, how could he possibly save our world? Then he shook his head and felt that the possibility was basically zero. Snow Sword Deity also laughed bitterly, feeling that she was dreaming. What made them worthy of Gu Changa saving them like this? Before this, they had kept it a secret from Gu Changa and had not told him about the Mirror Lake. Just as the people around the ancient mystic ruins were beginning to explore this place, in the depths of the ancient mystic ruins, Lin An's entire body was glowing, and even his hair was golden. He was like the son of a god, standing in front of a collapsed ancient temple with a dazzling key floating in his hand. He could clearly feel that there were ancient sword intents interweaving here, and from his perception, there was definitely more than one sword intent. Perhaps there were many divine swords of the ancient mystic god dynasty that were enshrined in this ancient temple, and as time passed, the aura of those divine swords remained in this place. The key that the white-robed elder gave him in the boundless immortal valley also emitted a misty light when he arrived here. It was obvious that there was something attracting it in the depths of this collapsed ancient temple. Lin En felt that it was the Sword City that was buried in the Mirror Lake. There was definitely a hidden universe here. Outside the ancient mystic ruins, there are too many experts gathered. Even the supreme experts of the extraterrestrial demons have arrived. I have to be careful. Thinking of this, Lin En took out the key, and his heart gradually calmed down. He began to walk towards the collapsed ancient temple in front of him. Buzz! Soon, ripples of light were emitted in front of him, as if there was an invisible door in the void. There is indeed a hidden space here. Lin En walked in, and his expression was somewhat pleasantly surprised as he saw the scene in the ancient temple. This was a small world. There was a vast forest, tall mountain range, and a vast sky. There was a surging sea of clouds. And now he was standing at the entrance, surrounded by many mountains that were so tall that one couldn't see the top. Along the mountain peak, one could see a staircase that was incomparably sacred. It led to the bottom, as if it was a pilgrimage. In the deepest part of this space, Lin En saw a tower that reached the sky. It was golden and magnificent. It was so tall that one couldn't see the bottom. It towered into the clouds. In addition, there were many birds and beasts in this space. They were incomparably holy. Even their feathers were shining brightly. They were like beasts from the divine realm. They were not surprised when they met people. Could it be that the Mirror Lake is beside that tower? Lin En looked at the scene in the distance. His figure moved, and he walked along the mountain peak and down the stairs. Soon, he disappeared into the deep forest. Near the tower, there was a silver light. It was as if there was an ancient and blazing lake. It reflected the brilliance of the sky, and it was gorgeous to the extreme. Lin En felt that the environment here was very different from the environment of the outside world. There was a rich divine and holy aura flowing, which made people feel at ease. One had to know that in the outside world, there was an astonishing, ominous aura lingering, and there were even strange occurrences. But in this space, it was a completely different and peaceful scene. It was truly inconceivable. However, Lin En didn't have time to think about this right now. Instead, he made the best use of his time to go deeper. He planned to reach the tower as soon as possible. Just as Lin En stepped into this place, there was a huge change in the ancient mystic ruins. A terrifying whistling sound came from an unknown place. Accompanied by the shrill whistling sound that filled the sky, many vengeful spirits appeared, walking out from every corner of the ruins like ghosts. At the same time, the black fog here also surged crazily, covering the sky and covering the earth as it flooded towards the area where the cultivators from all over were gathered. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become like this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? This sudden scene caused the faces of everyone in the Sword Profound world to change drastically. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. They were very fearful and uneasy about all of this as they retreated towards the edge of the area. However, The speed of the black fog was too fast. There was even a strange aura interweaving within it that could cover the divine soul of a cultivator, making it difficult for them to sense their surroundings. Their eyes fell into darkness. The moment many people were engulfed by the black fog, they let out miserable cries. Then the cries abruptly stopped. Immediately after, the sound of bones shattering and chewing rang out, as if there was some terrifying, ferocious beast hidden within, waiting for an opportunity to devour people. What's in this black fog? Graceful Sword Immortal and the others took out their natal divine swords and slashed out with overflowing sword chi, trying to split the black fog apart. However, the result that followed caused them to be shocked and somewhat in disbelief. The strange thing hidden in the black fog could even devour their sword chi. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, suddenly disappearing without a trace. Even the ice seal doesn't work. On the other side, Snow, Sword Immortal, frowned. She was also trying shooting out a misty ice and snow with her bare hands. It contained the absolute rule of ice, but when it came into contact with the black fog, it also collapsed with a cracking sound, turning into dust that filled the sky. Rumble. At the same time, the entire ancient ruins seemed to have suddenly come to life. Trembling sounds could be heard everywhere. Mountain rocks cracked, and ghosts appeared within the collapsed halls. A strange aura continued to spread out, causing everyone to feel fear and their skin to turn cold. There are corpses that came to life. Qing and Princess Xian Dai's complexions were somewhat pale. They couldn't help but back off, feeling that everything in front of them was too illusory, not too real. Right in front of them, a few tombs cracked open. Dense black fog pervaded out from within, and then it continued to crack open to both sides. This was a very strange scene. Old tombs were cracking open one after another, snow-white and even decaying skeletal hands extended out, slowly climbing up. Such a scene was truly unbelievable. It was extremely horrifying. Even the bones that had long decayed beyond recognition were still forming a skeleton, and they were quickly growing flesh and blood. After that, the heavenly armors that had long turned into dust in the tombs also reversed time, and with a clanging sound they turned into battle clothes covering their bodies. Those heavenly armors' complexions were pale, expressionless. They allowed the armor to cover their bodies, and then they walked out step by step with weapons in hand, forming a square formation, advancing forward. Resurrection of the dead? How heaven-defying is this method? This made everyone who witnessed this scene almost unable to believe it. Their scalps were about to explode, and their pores were filled with cold air. They couldn't understand, could there really be people who could live forever? Or could it be that these heavenly armors had never died and had always been sleeping in the ancient Xian ruins? Could it be that they were the heavenly armors and heavenly generals of the ancient Xian god dynasty? This place is indeed strange. These corpses are in a half-dead state, and they seem to have some consciousness left. An enlightened being from the upper realm who had descended here narrowed his eyes, and threads of golden light were emitted from them. Then he said so. The other enlightened beings also nodded. They didn't make a move, but still stood at the outermost periphery of the ruins, and didn't plan to act rashly. This place was extremely strange, and even they didn't have much confidence. These heavenly armors should be under an extremely terrifying curse, and they can't leave this place no matter what. They can only guard here in the state of the living dead. I've only seen it in some ruins in the upper realm, and the number of living dead back then was far less than here. The Grand Emperor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty said with a slightly solemn expression. He tried to slap with his palm, and suddenly lightning roared and a world-shaking power appeared. The vast power crushed down, destroying heaven and earth, and directly smashing the heavenly armors in front of him into powder. But in the next moment, the soldiers that had turned into powder started to reorganize due to the strange power, and they returned to their original state. Such a scene not only changed the expressions of the enlightened beings, but also made the graceful sword deity and the others, who were not far away, feel terrified and their hands and feet turned cold. They didn't expect that the ancient Xian ruins would contain such a terrifying danger. Looks like normal methods won't work and we can't walk over. Someone must have entered the depths of the ruins in advance and touched something. A strange look flashed past Gu Changa's eyes, and then he shook his head as if he was guessing. He felt that it should be this world's son of destiny, Lin En, who found the entrance to the Mirror Lake, which led to such a huge change in the outside world. Connecting to the memory of the will of the heavenly path that he had devoured, Gu Changa understood that the ancient Xian god dynasty had touched the taboo of the Battle of Annihilation and tried to build an ancestral temple to communicate with the ancient heroic spirits. That was why they were destroyed by the awakened part of the will of the heavenly path. All the living dead here, as well as the many strange auras, could be said to be the work of the will of the heavenly path. But these things had nothing to do with him. Since the entrance to the Mirror Lake has been opened, then things are much simpler. Gu Changa didn't plan to move. He was still waiting, and the time wasn't right yet. Don't let others beat us to it. Hearing Gu Changa's words, the Grand Emperor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and the other enlightened beings were all shocked. They were a little worried that someone would beat them to it and take away their fruit in advance. At that moment, their eyes were cold, and they reached out with their hands, covering the sky, and grabbed a few earth sword immortals, intending to let them explore the way first. If you can't walk in, then don't think of leaving alive today. Everyone will be buried with you. Their words were incomparably cold, containing an unquestionable will. The terrifying pressure caused the bodies of everyone in the sword profound great world to crack, and they were about to explode into a bloody mist. Facing these so-called ants, they did not have the slightest bit of fear like when they were in front of Gu Changa. Even graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others were captured and ordered to explore the way ahead, deep into the black fog. They had no other choice. If they resisted, they would only be smashed into a bloody mist, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. At this time, they finally understood the difference between Gu Changa and these supreme experts, and their hearts became even more bitter. Gu Changa's attitude was 1,000,000 times better than this group of supreme experts. At this time, they were the true ants, perhaps even worse. If you want to live, don't try to resist. Gu Changa seemed to shake his head in pity as he spoke to graceful Sword Immortal and the others. The rest of the people in the sword profound great world were all trembling in fear. They did not dare to move, and stayed where they were like a group of prisoners. P.S. I came back a little late, so I missed an update tonight. I'll make up for it tomorrow and end this storyline. Chapter 643. The black fog was as heavy as lead clouds. Wisps of it seeped out from the depths of the ancient mystic ruins and covered the entire area. A large number of walking dead soldiers rushed out from the tombs. They held all kinds of heavenly swords, heavenly halberds, and other weapons as they charged toward the people who trespassed here. This was a terrifying scene. Even the land sword immortals were terrified. After witnessing the process of these undead exploding into smithereens, they quickly returned to their original state. With their strength, they couldn't destroy these walking dead. The only thing they could do now was to open up a path to the depths while they were recovering. Chi, 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 streaks of dazzling sword chi intertwined as if peerless heavenly swords were gathering. They crossed the sky and slashed toward the deepest part of the space. One could faintly see a blurry shadow flashing past there. There was a rain of blood. There were gray hairs of unknown origin mixed in the blood. It was ominous and strange. The rest of the people leading the way were also terrified. They gripped their weapons tightly and moved forward carefully. Not only did they have to avoid the terrifying fog, but they also had to be wary of the strange monsters hidden in the darkness, as well as the army of walking dead. Looks like the fluctuation from before should be from the deepest part of this place. The graceful sword deity held a jade green longsword. Luster flowed on the sword, and an extreme aura filled the air. It pressed forward and shook the thick black fog away. He was extremely powerful. As the sect master of the Shu sect, he was much stronger than the rest. That was why he took the lead and opened up a path at the very front. He helped the people behind him to find out the danger ahead. The snow sword deity followed closely behind. She held a crystal-clear ice, snow, Dao, sword tightly in her hand. Her ice-snow divine domain descended around her, which had a great resistance against the black fog. Buzz! Sword shadows lingered, and heaven and earth collapsed. The rest of the land sword immortals also used their own methods to survive here. Behind them were a few upper realm cultivators who had attained the Tao. The divine rules around them were as vast as the sea. They surged with a terrifying and majestic aura, suppressing everything here. Facing such an unfamiliar environment, they were extremely careful and didn't dare to act rashly. That was why they let the people in front explore the path. And when many land sword immortals were captured to explore the way at the outermost area of the ancient mystic ruins, Gu Changa pulled back his gaze and whispered something to Ada behind him. Then Ada stepped into the void and disappeared in a blink. No one knew where he was. What did he arrange? Not far away, Euphia, the eldest princess of Great Yu, who had been observing Gu Changa's actions, had a slight change in her expression. She felt that Gu Changa seemed to be detached from the world, but also seemed to be in control of everything. This was an extremely contradictory feeling. She did not believe that Gu Changa would come to this world for no reason and come here to join in the fun without participating. Gu Changa definitely had some unknown secret. When young Master Changa was in this world, did you see Tuoba Shawao? After thinking for a moment, Euphia's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She lightly walked over, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. She couldn't help but ask in a soft voice, Tuoba Xiaoyao? Gu Changa lightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze fell on her face, and then said with a smile, Of course I saw him, but he's already dead. What? Euphia's face was filled with great astonishment. She did not expect Gu Changa to say it so bluntly. She originally thought that Gu Changa would say that he did not know and had never seen him before. But Gu Changa directly said that Tuoba Xiaoyao was dead, which really caught her off guard. She didn't even think about it. Then, young Master Changa, do you know where he died? Euphia felt that her mouth was a little dry, but she still could not help but ask. Hearing this, Gu Changa still had a faint smile on his face. He shook his head and said he died in the Sword Profound World's forbidden area, Limitless Immortal Valley. Limitless Immortal Valley? Euphia was in a daze for a moment. She had naturally heard of such a forbidden area. In the Sword Profound Great World, that place was known as the Land of No Return. It was shrouded in fog all year round, and even the Earth Sword Immortal would die if they stepped into it. Tuoba Xiaoyao had actually died in there? Then young Master Changa, do you know how he died? Euphia's expression suddenly became somewhat sorrowful as she thought of some of the past with Tuoba Xiaoyao. Gu Changa's expression did not change much. He only smiled casually and said, Of course I know, after all, I killed him with my own hands. What? Are you planning to avenge him? What? Hearing Gu Changa's understated words, Euphia was stunned and did not react in time. Then, when he heard Gu Changa's words clearly, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief and took a few steps back, almost suspecting that he had misheard. Young Master Changa, you're not lying to me, right? Her voice contained a trace of trembling and fear. This was rarely seen on the always dignified and elegant Euphia. In the past, no matter what she encountered, she always had a calm and indifferent appearance. Gu Changa's expression still did not change. He looked at her inexplicably and said, Is such a small matter worth lying to you? No, I don't dare. Euphia's face was somewhat pale. Her white hands clenched tightly, but fearful of Gu Changa's strength and power, she could only remain silent not daring to say anything. Even if her imperial father was standing here right now, he would not dare to do anything to Gu Changa, let alone her. She only knew that there seemed to be enmity between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Gu Changa, but she did not know that it had reached the point where Gu Changa wanted to kill him. Eupheia's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. She should have figured out why Gu Changa would say those words in front of everyone in the great Yu immortal dynasty's palace. He had long wanted to make a move against Tuoba Xiaoyao, and now that he had come to this sword-profound world, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao disappeared here, no one would care, no one would investigate. Just like just now, Gu Changa even said in front of her that he had personally killed Tuoba Xiaoyao. What could she do? Avenge him? That was just a fantasy. Such an unscrupulous attitude was the so-called Gu Changa just now, not the gentle and elegant appearance he showed on the outside. In the distance, Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai had been paying attention to the situation when Euphia was walking towards Gu Changa just now. Originally, they thought that Princess Euphia was also one of Gu Changa's admirers, but they did not expect her expression to become so pale at this moment, revealing uneasiness and fear. It seems that young Master Gu is not so gentle to all women. Then why did he appear to save me? Could it be that I am special to him? The scene of Gu Changa appearing to save her appeared in Princess Xian Dai's mind, and a rosy color appeared on her face, and she began to let her imagination run wild. Although she also knew that in front of a great enemy, when disaster was about to befall, it was very wrong to care about such things. But she could not help but think about it. In the next few days, the black fog in the ancient mystic ruins was even more terrifying. It swept in all directions, like a huge wave that covered the sky and earth, constantly rolling. Because of the terrifying battle fluctuations in the depths, a terrifying earthquake occurred here. The ground cracked, and the mountain gate collapsed. In some places, ancient altars were even revealed. They were very damaged and not complete, carved with many patterns. There were pictures of ancestors praying to the heavens around a bonfire, as if they were offering something. On some broken totems, a pair of cold and huge eyes could even be seen floating in the sky, watching all the ancestors praying below. There were too many such pictures, exuding a strange and cold feeling. There was not the slightest bit of holiness. Many ancient cultivators of the sword-profound world were captured by the people of the upper realm, asking them to study and decipher the meaning of these stone inscriptions. Some people who studied the altars were captured to try to repair these altars. In the eyes of many powerhouses of the upper realm, these altars contained space fluctuations that had not dissipated. It was obvious that in the distant past, there was very likely a space portal here, connecting to a certain space or world. Perhaps the mirror lake that had not revealed its traces all this time was related to these altars. Looks like we finally found the entrance. Gu Changa had been standing in the outermost ancient warship, looking down at the depths of the ruins where black fog was rolling. Although it was difficult for him to see the scene in the depths, he could feel the fluctuations in it. Judging from the magnitude of the fluctuations, it was easy to know which step the people who entered had reached. Of course, the most important thing was that Gu Changa ordered Ada to follow them secretly. Ada was born in the depths of the demon burial abyss. The ominous and strange aura here would not affect him at all. Therefore, the monstrous black fog that everyone was afraid of, to Ada, it was like walking on flat ground. It's about time. Gu Changa's eyes moved slightly. His vast spiritual sense swept out, instantly covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Boom! At this moment, all the cultivators in the ancient mystic ruins felt as if there was an inexplicable suppression spreading between heaven and earth, like an invisible hand that slowly descended from a distant latitude. What is this? Is there some kind of strange change in this place? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they could not breathe. Then they saw in horror that the sky suddenly turned dark. A strange gray fog covered the sky and covered the sun. No one knew where it came from. It was even stranger than the black fog that pervaded the ancient mystic ruins, containing a monstrous aura that could devour everything in the world. This gray fog came very quickly, it was extremely turbulent, and one could not see where it ended. In an instant, it drowned the entire ancient mystic ruins. Even the many ancient warships that were hovering around were instantly swallowed and could not be seen. This was a hair-raising and chilling scene. At this moment, whether it was the cultivators of the sword, mystic world, or the army of powerhouses from the upper realm, all of them were terrified to the extreme. They felt that their cultivation base, magic power, and spirit were all being eliminated, and were about to be devoured. This gray fog was the representation of ominous, strange, cold, and chaotic. Being in it would not only cause one's mind to collapse, but it would also cause one's physical body to dissipate and one's spirit to be destroyed. Chapter 644. Many people let out a miserable shriek as they discovered that their corporeal body was actually disappearing quickly. Their entire body became transparent, and soon after, even their bones and flesh became sparkling and translucent. After that, they turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Such a terrifying scene, as if their skulls were opened and a basin of cold water was poured down, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This gray fog, why does it seem so familiar? Euphia's expression also changed drastically. She brought the people of the Great Yu celestial dynasty behind her and quickly flew back to the ancient warship. She kept feeling that this terrifying and strange gray fog seemed to have appeared before. Although she had never seen it with her own eyes, she had heard about it from various news. Back then, when the reclusive Ji family was on their way to Mount Kuin to rescue their ancestor, they seemed to have encountered such a terrifying fog. It almost caused the entire reclusive family to lose their lives. Even those who had attained the Tao would lose their lives in it. It was hard to escape death. Euphia's face revealed an unconcealable fear. This kind of strange gray fog that only appeared in the forbidden zone of Mount Kuin. Why would it appear here as well? She didn't have time to think too much. She quickly ordered people to activate the defensive formation patterns on the ancient warship to prevent it from being swallowed by this gray fog. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through her mind, causing Euphia's body to tremble. Her expression was even more frightened and in disbelief. She turned her head with difficulty and looked towards the direction where Gu Changa was at before. However, there was no one there. It seemed that when the gray fog swept over, Gu Changa had already disappeared. At that time, Gu Changa was also on his way to Mount Kuin. He just happened to be among the people who encountered that strange fog. This should be just a coincidence. For some reason, Euphia thought of an extremely terrifying guess. She couldn't help but shudder and didn't dare to think about it anymore. The entire ancient mystic ruins became alarmed and uneasy because of this terrifying fog that suddenly appeared. Almost everyone was thinking of a way to retreat to the outermost area. Compared to the black fog before, this gray fog was obviously more terrifying. What happened outside? What's going on? These undead army 507 that were originally unconscious suddenly became fearful? In the depths of the ancient Xian ruins, there were corpses everywhere, as well as dilapidated ancient temples and palaces. They had all collapsed, and their original appearance could not be seen. A land sword immortal who was exploring the path turned around uneasily. He felt that the army chasing after them was retreating like a tide, as if they had sensed something even more terrifying. No matter what, this is where the ripples came from. The entrance to Mirror Lake must be right in front of us. Yi Jianxian said, his gaze landing in front of the area. There was a pile of collapsed ruins there, and an ancient temple was shrouded in a faint light. There were actually quite a few vines growing in the surroundings, looking somewhat lush and full of vitality. Such a scene was really out of tune with the environment here. This aura doesn't seem right. Could it be that something has happened in the outside world? This feeling makes me feel a little uneasy. Last time when I was at Mount Kuin, I also sensed this aura from afar. Why would it appear here again? An enlightened one frowned and said, he sensed that there seemed to be a majestic and terrifying aura pressing down from the outside world. Even an enlightened one could feel his heart palpitating, and he could not calm down. Last time, when the reclusive G family attacked Mount Kuin and tried to rescue their ancestor, he was also there, but he was not with the people of G family. We can't care too much about the outside world. There is indeed a spatial ripple there, and there's another world inside. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor shook his head. His gaze was like a heavenly blade as it landed, and the void trembled, making clanking sounds as he said with certainty, there is indeed a spatial ripple hidden there. The other enlightened one were also sizing it up, and then they couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. They didn't waste any effort at all, and finally found the location of Mirror Lake. We don't know if there is any danger inside. Let them explore first. The enlightened one from Divine Spirit Mountain glanced at Snow, Sword Immortal, and the others with a cold gaze, planning to let them enter that door first. His words were approved by the others, and they all looked at Yi Jianxian and the others coldly, not giving them a chance to choose. You all said that you would let us go after opening the path. Hearing this, a Land Sword Immortal's expression became ugly. His heart was full of humiliation and unwillingness. In this world, he was the most powerful expert, standing at the peak, but now he was ordered around like a dog, and the other party even went back on their words, not honoring the promise they made at that time. You are courting death. However, just as this Land Sword Immortal finished speaking, a heavenly Emperor Mountain's enlightened one's gaze suddenly fell, as if millions of terrifying demonic mountains were pressing down, covering and crushing that person's body. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the air, accompanied by a miserable cry. This place exploded into a sky full of corpses and directly extinguished in body and soul. A Land Sword Immortal, the most powerful expert standing in this world, died just like that. This scene made Yi Jianxian and the others' expression change abruptly. Many of them were furious and wanted to fight with their lives on the line, but they were firmly held back by the people beside them, not daring to act rashly. Facing Enlightened One, which was also the transcendent realm, they didn't have the slightest chance of resisting. It was no different from ants trying to shake a big tree. Let's go. Yi Jianxian laughed bitterly in his heart. Without a choice, he directly took the lead and stepped into that door. After that, Snow, Sword Immortal, and the others also silently followed behind. After the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor and the others glanced at each other, only when they didn't feel any undulations coming from the other side did they relax. After passing through that door, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up, and they were even a bit shocked. This is the aura of the Tao of the Heavenly Tao. The will of the Heavenly Tao is definitely hiding here. A enlightened one's pleasantly surprised voice sounded, and it was slightly trembling. At their realm, they were naturally able to clearly feel the holy aura that pervaded this place. It was left behind after the Tao of the Heavenly Tao transformed. As for why the Tao of the Heavenly Tao transformed, they weren't interested. There was what they needed here. It was enough. Is this the legendary realm of the gods? It's so holy. That tower should be the Tong Tian Tower in the ancient records. In the past, the ancient profound god dynasty specially built this tower to worship the heavens. It said that praying at the top of the tower can let the heavens hear your voice. Because of this, the ancient profound god dynasty became the strongest dynasty in the history of the sword profound world. Yi Jianxian's voice was also filled with shock. The first thing he saw was the bright silver tower in the distance. They were currently standing on the peak of a mountain, the faintly discernible clouds surging around them, as if they were in the realm of the gods. This world was too peaceful and auspicious. There wasn't the slightest bit of murderous aura. Everything was so peaceful. It was as if they could let go of all hatred. There's a silver lake there. No, as expected, someone has already beaten us to it. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor's eyesight was astonishing. Even though this place had a great suppression on cultivation, He still saw the silver lake beside the Tong Tian Tower with a glance. It was incomparably blazing. The border couldn't be seen. There was an illusory fog surging on the surface, like a silver mirror. The whereabouts of the world's origin is inside. The other Tao attainment expert also revealed greed at this moment. His movements were very fast, directly transforming into a ray of divine light, striding towards that silver lake. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when a silver lightning suddenly descended between heaven and earth, as if it was transformed from a vast and mighty silver true dragon, directly smashing down on his head, wanting to strike him down from the sky. This sound was truly too vast. It was continuous and endless, as if it had angered the heavens. The expressions of graceful Sword Immortal and the others all changed, recalling a rumor. One had to be devout in ancient Xian ancestral temple, otherwise they would attract the heavenly lightning and suffer the wrath of the heavens. Flying over here was even more disrespectful to the heavenly Tao. This is the punishment of the heavens. They were shocked, their entire bodies trembling endlessly. Under this kind of lightning, they felt like ants. What can mere heavenly lightning do to me? This old man has attained the Tao for 30 million years. Why would I be afraid of this? However, facing these silver true lightning, this Tao attainment expert who stepped forward was extremely disdainful, raising his hand to descend towards the sky, directly shattering these lightning bolts. He could feel that the aura of these lightning bolts were only at the level of a quasi-emperor, far from a Tao attainment expert. Seeing this, the other Tao attainments experts also did not hesitate, all transforming into divine lights, striding forward, welcoming the heavenly lightning and entering the mirror lake. Snow Sword Immortal and the others did not dare to directly fly over like them. They could only obediently walk over, as if on a pilgrimage. Many people planned to take the opportunity to leave, but suddenly discovered that the door to leave this space seemed to have been destroyed from the outside by someone from the outside. There was a brilliance pouring down in torrents, shattering everything. The void turned into fine powder. What's going on? The door was destroyed by someone. A few Earth Sword Immortals who tried to leave this place paled, somewhat in despair. Snow Sword Immortal and the others also stopped in their tracks. Frowning as they looked back, they could not understand who would destroy the entrance here at this time. Could it be that they planned to trap everyone here? Why do I feel that this place is somewhat fearful? Snow Sword Immortal frowned, raising his head, looking at the vast sea of lightning in front of him. And just as they were puzzled, two figures suddenly walked out from the door behind them that had already collapsed into nothingness. The person in the lead was dressed in white. His hair was wreathed in divine light. He was extraordinary, handsome, and elegant, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Behind him followed a tall and sturdy figure, dressed in nether steel divine robes. Young Master Gu? Seeing this person, Snow Sword Immortal, Graceful Sword Immortal, and the others instantly widened their eyes, somewhat in disbelief, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Didn't Gu Changa say that he planned to return to the upper realm, and was only here to join in the fun? Why would he appear here, and even destroy the door to leave? Oh, looks like you're still alive. Gu Changa seemed to be a little surprised that they were still alive, and smiled slightly. However, this smile made Snow Sword Immortal and the others shiver all over. They could not help but tremble. They felt that the Gu Changa in front of them was completely different from the person they knew before. This was a kind of fear that came from the deepest part of their souls. Young Master Gu, you... Snow Sword Immortal forced himself to calm down. He wanted to open his mouth to greet him. However, Gu Changa only smiled slightly. He had no intention of continuing to talk to them. He took a step forward with Ada and disappeared from the foot of the mountain. He was very fast, almost disappearing into thin air in an instant, then reappearing several thousand miles away. However, what made Snow Sword Immortal and the others even more terrified was that there was actually no lightning that struck down to punish Gu Changa. This place is afraid of him. Graceful Sword Immortal's mouth was dry. He felt his scalp go numb. Chapter 645. This world is fearful of him. The graceful sword deity's voice was trembling as he thought of many things in an instant. Guchanga was definitely not as gentle as what they saw on the surface, and he was definitely not a kind person. Perhaps this is his true motive. He destroyed the entrance. Is he planning to annihilate everyone here? The snow sword deity could not help but shudder slightly. Her bright eyes under the mask were somewhat unconcealable shock. She had investigated the souls of the powerhouses in the upper realm and understood how terrifying Guchanga's background was in the upper realm. It was also evident from the fearful attitude of those who had achieved the Tao before. Even if those who had achieved the Tao died here, it would probably not affect Guchanga in any way. Since he dared to destroy the entrance and appear here, he must have been fully prepared. Could those strange fluctuations in the outside world be his doing as well? The snow sword deity thought of another possibility, and her heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, she felt that Guchanga was far more terrifying than she had thought. She could not guess his motive and thoughts at all. Under the sky, Guchanga stepped forward, ignoring the shocked and fearful expressions of the graceful sword deity and the others. He was not interested in this group of land sword deities to begin with. Even if he killed them and absorbed their origins, it would be a waste of time. From the beginning, he had been using this group of land sword deities to find this place for him. Now, their final value was gone. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with Guchanga. Rumble. In front of him, there was a majestic and heavy aura surging, enough to make any living being standing under the sky tremble in fear. It was the wrath of the heavenly axiom, containing an aura and pressure that could destroy the world. In this small world, endless silver light filled the sky. It was a vast sea of lightning that struck from the depths of the sky, pressing down toward the bottom. The vast expanse spread over, and there was no end in sight. It was as if there was a pool of lightning hidden at the end of the world. Boom! Numerous lightning dragons the size of mountains sped through it, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were incomparably ferocious and contained a terrifying aura of destruction. Countless sparks flew from the bodies of the great Yu, Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor, and the others. They were all quickly crossing the sky and landing beside the mirror lake. Although these thunderbolts couldn't cause any substantial harm to them, they could sense that there was an inexplicable law spreading across the sky. Clearly, the Tower of Babel was not far away from them, as if they could reach it in one step. However, no matter how far they traveled, the distance between them did not change in the slightest. They would always be separated by the same distance. They knew that this was a type of supreme spatial rule. If they wanted to cross over, they had to break the rules of this place. It seems that the laws of the world here are not simple. What was left behind after the heavenly Tao transformed into the heavenly Tao could actually contend against us. The eyes of one who achieved the Tao were cold. Scarlet, multicolored light swirled around his body, numbering millions and millions of strands. He raised his palm and slapped down, evaporating all of the lightning. He tried to break the rules of this place, but in the next moment he discovered that the originally broken void was actually being reconstructed. Soon, it was restored to its original state. One had to know that he was a genuine Taoist with unparalleled cultivation. If he was in the upper realm, it would be extremely easy for him to destroy a galaxy with a raise of his palm. However, in this place, even the space barrier could not be broken. He couldn't completely break through the laws of the world here. This caused his expression to be a little ugly. He was in disbelief. Immediately after, he slapped out again. A matchless aura pressed down, and there were even billions of starlight gathering. Divine laws surged like the sea, piercing through the void. However, this scene didn't last for long. The broken void in front of him was once again reconstructed. Moreover, it was even more sturdy than before, faintly suffused with the aura of the immortal path. Don't attack anymore. This place is indeed strange, as expected of the place where the heavenly Tao transformed into the heavenly Tao. Even space is tainted by its aura and can be continuously reconstructed. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head and stopped this person. His expression gradually became solemn, and he was not as contemptuous as before. That is, at this moment, a Taoist suddenly noticed the scene behind him. He widened his eyes in surprise. When he looked carefully, he found that the figure walking over was extremely familiar, and he couldn't believe it. Gu Chang'e, why is he here too? Another Taoist was also surprised. Divine light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the scene behind him. The heavenly thunder there seemed to have been cleared, leaving only a vacuum-like area. Gu Chang'e was strolling in it with his quasi-emperor subordinate. He really has other intentions. He's definitely not here to join in the fun. We have to be careful of him. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor's eyes flickered. He made all kinds of guesses in his heart and became incomparably wary and vigilant. The other Taoists' expressions also became solemn. However, they didn't notice that the entrance here had been destroyed. They all guessed that Gu Chang'e's intention was the same as theirs, which was to come for the world's origin. The heavenly thunder here actually avoided him. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor noticed this and became even more vigilant. Judging from Gu Chang'e's behavior, he was definitely not a kind person. He also didn't believe that Gu Chang'e wouldn't kill them if there was a conflict later. One had to know that along the way, Gu Chang'e had killed countless people who had attained the Tao. The situation is not good. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor's eyes flickered. He began to think of a way to retreat. Perhaps the only way was to unite everyone here to fight against Gu Chang'e. He was unwilling to give up the world's origin that was very likely to be hidden here. At that moment, his divine thought surged and transmitted a message to the other Taoists here, telling them to be careful of Gu Chang'e. He wouldn't be so bold as to attack all of us, right? Hearing this, the few Taoists were shocked and couldn't believe it. After all, they represented a supreme sect and an imperishable sage orthodoxy. If Gu Chang'e attacked them, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the forces behind them. Although they weren't Gu Chang'e's match, they were definitely more than enough to escape unless Gu Chang'e was confident that he could bury all of them here. Let's be careful. Gu Chang'e is definitely not a merciful person. Those forces who dared to stop him have all been destroyed. An enlightened Taoist from the Sky Emperor Mountain whispered. He had the same idea as the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor. Seniors, are you waiting for me here? Just as the enlightened Taoists were having different thoughts, a chuckle suddenly sounded behind them. Gu Chang'e quickly approached and appeared behind them. Hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but narrow. They were a little shocked. With their strength, they couldn't see how Gu Chang'e got there. The rules of heaven and earth here didn't have any effect on him. Young Lord Chang'e, why are you here all of a sudden? An enlightened Taoist asked with a slightly unnatural expression. He stood very close to Gu Chang'e. For some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. His hands and feet were slightly cold. I heard that this place might contain news of the world's origin, so I came to take a look. I think everyone's goal is the same as mine, right? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. His expression was a little casual. I didn't expect young Lord Chang'e to be interested in this item. The enlightened Taoist from the divine Spirit Mountain laughed dryly to hide the vigilance and uneasiness in his heart. The others fell silent. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e to not hide his goal and directly say that he was here for the world's origin. This is a small world that was born after the heaven path of this world transformed into Tao. It might indeed contain the whereabouts of the world's origin. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head softly as if he didn't see Gu Chang'e's goal. If that's the case, how about we split the world's origin equally when we find it? What do you think, young Lord Chang'e? The few enlightened Taoists were slightly moved when they heard that. They thought of a solution. Since Gu Changa intended to interfere, they could only give up a portion of the world's origin and share it equally with everyone. Share it equally? Gu Changa seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard that. A smile even appeared on his handsome face. He shook his head and said, "Do you have some misunderstanding about your own strength?" What? Hearing that, the enlightened Taoist who suggested that earlier had a stiff expression on his face. He didn't expect Gu Changa to reject and humiliate them so straightforwardly. The rest of the enlightened Taoists also frowned. The vigilance in their hearts was extremely strong. Share equally with me? Are you worthy? Gu Changa was still smiling faintly. Young Lord Changa, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you intend to monopolize this world's world origin? At this point, the expressions of many Tao attainments turned cold. Looks like you guys aren't stupid, Gu Changa said casually as his gaze slowly swept past the few Tao achievers before him. Apart from the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor, who was relatively strong, the rest were at most at the early stage of Tao attainment. To him, there was nothing to worry about. He wants to kill us. We can't just sit around and wait for death. The expression of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor changed drastically. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He roared in rage and forcefully resisted the sea of lightning as he attacked Gu Changa. Begging for fresh flower zero, he wore a violet gold crown on his head, looking mighty and domineering. He activated a violet gold divine sword, hacking out sword radiance that filled the sky. Divine laws were like chains shattering the sea of lightning, releasing clanging noises. Boom! The rest didn't hesitate to use the terrifying means of Tao attainment. Endless light, rain poured down, dazzling and dazzling, as if the world had been turned upside down. They didn't dare to be careless at all, because the person in front of them was Gu Changa. Many Tao attainments had died in his hands during the battle in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Now, Gu Changa's strength was even more unfathomable and unimaginable. You really dare to attack me? Gu Changa's expression was still unchanged. His body was filled with dense, 5-colored chaotic light, with terrifying waves intertwining. He raised his hand and activated the immortal slaying gourd. A ray of red light flashed out like an unsheathed immortal sword. It was so fast that it pierced through everything and rushed over quickly. Along with a puff, blood gushed up into the sky. A large head suddenly fell down. Its eyes were wide open, filled with fear, despair, and disbelief. Oh no, this is the gourd from back then. It can easily kill Tao attainments. Someone was terrified. He recognized this murderous weapon that shone brilliantly in the battle in the 8 Desolation 10 regions and killed many Tao attainments. The rest hurriedly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. They knew how terrifying this gourd was. The sword Qi that slashed out could be said to be impossible to guard against. It could instantly kill the divine soul. After Gu Changa activated the immortal slaying gourd, a ray of black light appeared in his hand. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd swept across, and all the rules and order in front of him exploded, shattering into pieces. 0. This is many Tao attainments expressions changed drastically again. Although they didn't recognize this murderous weapon, they could feel the aura of slaughter and tearing through the ages from it. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. They could only use all their means to resist. Even the aftermath of a battle between Tao attainments was an unimaginably terrifying catastrophe for any living beings or cultivators in the surroundings. Fortunately, this was only a small world with special rules. There were no other living beings here. Otherwise, it would definitely be a terrifying catastrophe. In the distance, Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others trembled in fear when they saw this scene. That was a feeling that came from their souls. Even though they were far away, their bodies were about to collapse. They really didn't expect that Gu Changa really planned to destroy everyone here. He wanted to kill this group of Dao attainments. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, Gu Changa had always been calm and unhurried. He didn't seem to have used his full strength at all. The other people joined forces and struggled to resist, and some of them even died. His strength is too terrifying. A land sword immortal's voice trembled. He was terrified to the extreme. The Dao attainments who killed them like ants couldn't even withstand a single palm from Gu Changa. This was too inconceivable and unbelievable. Boom! Soon, endless brilliance erupted again. The 8 desolation demonic halberd swept across and split everything. It was unstoppable. One after another, huge hands that crossed the heaven and earth were cut off by the halberd light. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Someone roared angrily. His entire body was burning. The law and order that he struck out seemed to want to pierce through the entire sky. That was an incomparably powerful technique that could cut through heaven and earth. Even the Dharma body was far beyond 10,000 feet. They all attacked with all their strength and displayed the strongest techniques in their lives. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by Gu Changa. Here, a rain of blood splashed. Some people's bodies exploded and their heads cracked. White bone fragments mixed with blood splashed in all directions. And just as a terrifying battle broke out here, in the silver lake beside Tong Tian Tower, there was a huge whirlpool rotating. Endless fog was swallowed in, as if it was leading to another world. The entire lake seemed to be boiling and began to tremble violently. The lake water rolled back and poured into the whirlpool. In just an instant, the water level here began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a corner of the ghost town buried at the bottom of the lake. In the depths of the ghost town's plaza, Lin Un's expression was slightly excited. He stood there, the key in his hand emitting a rich light. At the 4 corners of the plaza, there were 4 bronze pillars made of unknown materials. A hazy brilliance was emitted from them. White bones of unknown era were bound by chains and worshipped towards the altar in the center of the plaza. The heavenly path sword is here. Lin Un's gaze fell on the bronze divine sword stained with some blood in the center of the altar. It was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. He slowly walked over. He could feel the key in his hand resonating with the bronze divine sword there. 2. Chapter 646. This was an ancient city that was sleeping in the deepest part of the lake. It was incomparably silent. Its entire body seemed to be forged from bronze and condensed into one. There was no brilliance or vitality. It was quiet and serene, forever silent in the depths of the lake. If the lake water had not dried up today, it would probably never appear in the world. The entire ancient city was filled with broken artifacts and broken stone tablets floating in the air. The inscriptions on the tablets were surrounded by a red and black light, as if they were formed after thick blood had dried up. There were also many complicated and profound patterns carved on these inscriptions, as well as some ancient words. They seemed to contain some special meaning that could not be understood by the world. In addition to the ancient tablets, there were too many sword pools here. They were soaked in dried molten iron, which had solidified into a ball. There were also many long swords that had yet to be formed. This place was once known as the Sword City. It was the holy land in the eyes of countless cultivators in the sword mysterious world. It had a supreme meaning. Every divine sword that shook the world came from this place. They were tempered thousands of times by the legendary swordsmiths of the past, and after countless years of hard work, they were finally formed. Now, in this city, other than those broken ancient swords, there were many humanoid creatures that seemed to be frozen in time and space. Their faces and genders could no longer be seen clearly. They could only be vaguely determined to be humanoid. Perhaps tens of millions of years ago, there were once the swordsmiths here, but an unknown calamity had descended and destroyed this city. No one had time to escape. They were swept away by the supreme unknown power and condensed into mud. The secret that would accompany this city forever was buried here. Now, as Lin En stepped into this place again, the entire ancient city was once again suffused with an ashen color. A long sigh sounded, as if it came from an unknown place. It carried sadness and sorrow, and it reverberated in this place. It was enough to affect the mood of the living beings who stepped into this place. Why was this ancient city buried in the past? What exactly happened in the past? Although Lin En's mood was also affected, his cultivation was powerful, and his state of mind was even more firm. He quickly recovered. He tried to use the key in his hand to open the seal on the altar and take out the bronze divine sword. Although he had never seen the heavenly path sword before, Lin En was very sure that this bronze divine sword was what he was looking for. There was a vast aura of the heavenly path surging on it, causing those who walked here to involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship. Don't! Just as he was about to step forward, an ethereal and ancient voice sounded around him again. Even the surrounding pillars began to tremble. The direction of the withered figures that were tied to the pillars began to change. Tears of blood began to flow from the depths of their withered eye sockets, containing extreme sorrow. It was as if they had done something wrong and were kneeling here after death to atone for their sins and beg for forgiveness. Jolson was affected by this mood. His hand, which was about to open the seal, trembled uncontrollably for a moment. It was difficult for him to continue. What the hell is going on? Lin En's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a result, he felt his mind clear up a little and was no longer as blurry as before. Then, without hesitation, he placed the key in his hand into the groove in front of him. At this moment, Lin En suddenly felt a pain in his palm. It was as if there was a scorching flame burning in his palm, instantly piercing through his palm and burning his flesh and bones. He let out a muffled groan and hurriedly retreated. His eyes widened as he realized that the key was actually melting. His blood, which was suffused with a hint of gold, was gathering drop by drop and falling into the groove above the altar. Why is this happening? Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Lin En's expression changed drastically. He felt that his life force was rapidly draining away from his cracked palm and was about to seep into the altar in front of him to become nutrients there. He could not believe it. All of this happened too fast, so fast that he could not react. And the heavenly path sword that he had always regarded as the savior of the mysterious sword world was now covered with fine cracks. Then it turned into a rain of light and began to collapse and dissipate. How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Lin En could not believe what he was seeing. However, it was too late for him to react. As the bronze divine sword collapsed and dissipated, the altar in front of him suddenly collapsed. All the surrounding bronze pillars were trembling and collapsing, and all the chains were breaking. A terrifyingly large rift valley extended from the square all the way into the invisible darkness. A monstrous wind rushed out from within, accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura. It was as if it could devour the world and destroy all the darkness. The entire Sword City, which was sleeping in the depths of Mirror Lake, began to collapse. The originally sturdy and indestructible bronze pillars also collapsed one after another, turning into fine powder and dissipating between heaven and earth. All of the water in Mirror Lake was swallowed up by the crack and quickly disappeared. The entire sky seemed to have been destroyed, and the towering silver heaven-reaching tower at the side also abruptly fell and sank into the great rift valley with a rumbling sound. Not far away, the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor was still resisting stubbornly in the midst of the commotion that had gradually subsided. However, he was already on the verge of death. His entire body was covered in blood, like a candle in the wind. He kept coughing out blood. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. Some parts of his body even had white bones. He looked at this shocking scene, and his expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief. This place is definitely not as simple as a place abandoned by the heavens. This is the sealing altar. He was very knowledgeable and recognized the altar in the collapsed ruins. It was scattered in the void, flashing with an ancient, demon-destroying aura. What happened here in the past? Why is there a sealing altar? Is it to seal the consciousness of the heavenly path? Even at the moment of life and death, the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor felt that the water in the dark sword world was far muddier than he had imagined. This is the consciousness of the heavenly path that you have been looking for. Gu Changa laughed softly. Even if he had killed several Dao Masters, it did not affect him in the slightest. He knew that the battle that destroyed the heavens had once happened here. The consciousness of the heavenly path had tried to sacrifice all living beings to achieve transcendence and transformation. However, it had failed in the end and was sealed here. Only a part of the consciousness of the heavenly path had escaped. Lin En happened to be the descendant of the existence that had sealed the consciousness of the heavenly path. His blood could undo the seal here. This was the reason why the heavenly path's incarnation in the boundless celestial valley had led him here. You knew all this all along? The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor was horrified. His entire body turned cold. He felt as if an invisible hand was strangling his throat, and he almost could not breathe. However, it was too late for him to react. Gu Changa raised his hand, and the halberd light slashed down. It destroyed the rules and order and directly cut him in half. At this moment, all the Dao Masters who had rushed here had lost their lives. None of them had escaped. The graceful Sword Fairy, the Snow Sword Fairy, and the others who had been watching this battle from afar were also trembling. They were extremely frightened. They did not expect that this group of Dao Masters would not be a match for Gu Changa even if they joined forces. They were quickly killed and died here. They had witnessed everything with their own eyes. Gu Changa would definitely not let them live. What is this? Outside the collapsed Great Rift Valley, Lin En stared blankly at everything that he had caused. He was still a little confused. He kept feeling that he had walked into a trap and did something that he regretted greatly. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to release this will of the heavenly path, and I wouldn't have been able to obtain the origin of the world. Gu Changa's figure appeared behind him. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It's all thanks to me? Lin En's entire body turned cold. He turned around and looked at Gu Changa in disbelief. His voice was trembling. He did not know when Gu Changa had arrived here, but from the current situation, Gu Changa had killed the rest of the people here. What a pitiful guy. Your ancestor sealed the will of the heavenly path with great difficulty. In the end, you released it so easily. Gu Changa shook his head and laughed softly. Although it was a pity, the depths of his eyes were still cold. There was no fluctuation in his emotions. My ancestor? Lin En was stunned. Suddenly, he sensed that there was a strong sense of sadness in the surroundings. In the collapsed Sword City, there were light spots that filled the sky, converging towards him. It was as if they were the heroic spirits of his ancestors from ancient times. In just an instant, he understood the cause and effect. The expression on his face was stunned. He muttered, "How is this possible?" He was really used by the will of the heavenly path. It used his blood to break the seal here, causing all the efforts of his ancestor to be in vain. I am a sinner. Lin En laughed bitterly. He knelt on the ground, full of guilt and sorrow. No, you're not a sinner. You are the hero who saved the Sword Mystery World. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find this guy's hiding place. Gu Changa smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then he took a step forward and appeared above the great Rift Valley. Terrifying astral winds swept through, containing divine chains of destruction that were difficult to describe with words. It was enough to penetrate the flesh of any cultivator. But Gu Changa stood tall. his figure as motionless as a prison, looking into the bottomless depths of the darkness. Uft! All the cultivators in the 13 provinces of the sword mystery world were shocked. They trembled nonstop and felt cold all over. They saw a crack in the depths of the world, like a broken mirror. It was also like a cracked egg, cracking continuously at this moment. It stretched across the sky and then began to collapse. There was a vast and boundless anger and killing intent venting there. It was cold and merciless, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The cultivators who saw this scene all felt their hearts palpitate and their bodies turn cold. What was that? In the depths of the collapsed world, a ray of light fell. It was an eye. That eye was too frightening. It was as if it was formed from the shattered universe. It was incomparably huge. It was deep and vast, dark and merciless. It was black and red, densely packed and constantly oozed black blood. It made one's hair stand on end and felt cold from head to toe. Moreover, there was not the slightest emotion. It was cold to the extreme. At this moment, even their souls were frozen, including some of the quasi-emperors who appeared from the upper realm. They did not even dare to move. It was as if they were targeted by an indescribable existence. They were worse than ants. No, worse than dust. Outside the ancient mystic ruins, countless cultivators and living beings also saw this horrifying scene. Seems like it should be what we are looking for. A land sword immortal's voice was trembling. This was no longer an existence in a dimension. They simply could not understand what it was. If they looked directly at it, they even felt like their heads were about to explode. The heavenly Tao is merciless, treating all things as dogs. Seeing that it was not easy for you to give birth to consciousness, if you hand over the world's origin, I may spare your life. Gu Changa looked at the eye that appeared at the end of the world, but his figure did not move. He still stood in front of the great Rift Valley and said lightly. He knew that the eye was just a projection of the heavenly Tao's will. Its real eye was actually hidden in this deep darkness. And as Gu Changa's voice fell, there was suddenly a riot under his feet. Chaotic chi rushed out, wanting to drown him. A terrifying blood-red light suddenly shone, dispelling the deep darkness. It broke through the thick black fog and stared at Gu Changa. An eye slowly opened in the depths of the darkness. The projection of the eye at the end of the world also looked in this direction. Boom! These two rays of light seemed to penetrate through the ages, the present and the future, destroying everything. But it was obvious that its origin was even more terrifying. It was not just in the depths of the world, but in the depths of the darkness. No living being or cultivator could describe all of this, because the moment they looked at this ray of light, it was as if they had lost their soul, frozen in the world. This included the land sword immortals. Their souls were eliminated, and time and space became absolutely still. At this moment, only those who had attained the Tao could break free from this bondage. The existences of other levels could only be imprisoned in place, waiting for the catastrophe and death. Those who are disrespectful shall be killed. The cold and emotionless words were like the great millstone of destruction rotating, containing the power of destruction slowly coming out from the dark ground. The entire sword mystic world was trembling, and countless cultivators were shocked. Their souls were about to fly out with these words and be destroyed. In response, Gu Changa smiled lightly and did not say anything else. Boom! At this moment, he suddenly stepped forward from his original spot. His robe spread open, and his Dharma body was extremely terrifying. His huge body stood tall in the world, breaking through this world. Then his sleeve shook gently, and the chaos was destroyed, as if the order of billions of heavens was disintegrated. He reached out a huge hand, as if he wanted to shatter the darkness. That huge hand covered the sky, crossed the boundless territory, and covered 13 provinces. It struck the eye, causing it to tremble. Suddenly, there were billions of strands of chaotic light, as if they could tear apart the heavens. This Countless cultivators looked at this scene as if they were facing a miracle. They trembled in fear and directly knelt on the ground, worshipping in that direction. This was already a power that was beyond their imagination, and they could not speculate at all. Guchanga made his move, wanting to destroy the will of the heavenly path in this world. At this moment, an unparalleled emperor's might swept through the universe, and a palm pressed towards the terrifying eye, piercing through the dark ground. Chapter 647. This palm crossed countless mountains and rivers, as if a large piece of heaven and earth had collapsed, crushing towards that blood-colored eye, striking it until it trembled incessantly, many terrifying blood-colored cracks appearing. The aftermath rushed out, spreading out in all directions. The world barrier of the sword, profound world began to shatter. Seems like it has just awakened. Its strength is not enough to be at its peak, at most comparable to a ruined immortal. Even if I can't find the world source, swallowing it will be greatly beneficial to my cultivation. Guchanga looked into the eyes formed by the will of the heavenly Tao, taking a step forward. The void beneath his feet was disappearing, quickly appearing above the sky dome. He attacked again, the 8 desolation demonic halberd sweeping out, as if sweeping through the entire universe, breaking apart all order. The light here exploded, dazzling like countless suns exploding at the same time, spilling out endless energy. In this instant, a majestic phenomenon instantly enveloped heaven and earth. There were stars gathering in the heavens, millions of stars circulating, chaotic energy cascading down. Boom! It was as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. Endless cracks appeared there, and world-destroying chains shot out from within. They pierced through everything at the speed of light. Kacha Guchanga continued to attack. All types of immortal light were extinguished, destroying the chains one after another. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a young immortal emperor, looking down on the past and present with unparalleled magnificence. Those who disobey will be beheaded. The eyes formed by the will of the heavenly Tao were still cold and emotionless. Even if countless cracks appeared on it, it didn't seem to have any effect. The majestic and vast aura of the heavenly Tao interweaved, the light of the great Tao illuminating the world, revealing the life of heaven and earth, the cycle of the sun and moon, the sea of stars. In an instant, many terrifying scenes appeared here. Ancient tombstones appeared one after another. Copper coffins stretched across the sky, as if countless supreme existences were buried and sleeping. There was also the world-destroying millstone that descended, continuously crushing, wrapped in black fog, slowly pushing over, causing the entire world to sway and tremble, continuously collapsing. This was a calamitous scene. Not only did the sky collapse, it also turned into a terrifying millstone 17, bringing with it a destructive aura, devouring and crushing all life, collapsing into a rain of light that filled the sky. The will of the heavenly Tao broke free from the seal and displayed unprecedented power. Boundless might blossomed. Life and death vanished. The cycle of reincarnation alternated. The heavens collapsed and order was extinguished. To it, who had a will of its own, Guchanga's existence and actions were tantamount to the greatest provocation to its dignity. The severity of the situation was even comparable to that of the war of destruction back then. However, the results of the two were polar opposites. In that battle that destroyed the heavens, countless cultivators and living beings were like moths to a flame, charging towards it without fear of death. But in the end, they all turned into ashes in midair. Their souls were extinguished, and they disappeared from this world forever. Those who disobeyed would be eternally tormented by the cycle of reincarnation and would never be able to reincarnate. They would have to kneel and pray on the path of reincarnation to eliminate their sins. But Guchanga was completely different from those rebels. His strength had exceeded the limits of what this world could contain, and he had even destroyed the order and rules of this world. So he had truly injured it. Countless cultivators and living beings in the sword profound world knelt on the ground, trembling nonstop. Their faces were filled with fear. This was a battle that shocked the entire sword profound world. That place had become chaotic. Endless chaotic chi rushed out, spreading towards the wasteland of the universe. All of the void had been pierced through. It was a scene of devastation. It was a blur. Large stars fell from the sky, one after another. Is this a miracle or a catastrophe? Countless cultivators and living beings knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards the direction of the fluctuations. They were terrified, but they were also devout in worship. Even the earth sword immortals who stood at the peak of the sword profound world had the urge to kneel down. In their opinion, this was a battle that had exceeded their understanding. If they could see a trace of mystery from it, it would be enough for them to break through their current shackles and improve their cultivation. The ancient mystic ruins collapsed at this moment. A terrifying rift valley appeared, spreading in all directions. Endless black fog surged, covering the sky and earth, devouring all the living beings and cultivators in the surroundings. In just an instant, this place had become a land of death. The cultivators who could not react in time were all devoured and turned into ashes. Looks like this is the will of the heavenly Tao that we have been bitterly searching for, graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others quickly rushed out of the collapsed small world. Looking at the terrifying aftermath in that direction, they felt a lingering fear. They were very lucky because the fluctuations from Gu Changa's attack had directly shattered the barrier of this small world. Therefore, even if the entrance to the small world was destroyed, they still rushed out to avoid the consequences of being buried and annihilated. Lin En also escaped with them. However, compared to the guilt and sadness from before, he had already recovered. Under his calm expression, he suppressed his anger and killing intent. Lin En understood that this was not what he wanted. The will of the heavenly Tao was too cunning. It actually waited for him in the boundless immortal valley to set up this trap and release its true body. He did not wish for things to develop to this stage. The only solution now was to imitate his ancestor and seal the will of the heavenly Tao again. Although this method was very slim, this was their last chance. Otherwise, when the will of the heavenly Tao revived, it would definitely sacrifice the entire sword, profound, great world like before and achieve transcendence. At that time, everyone, including him, would not be able to survive. What's going on? Graceful Sword Immortal looked at Lin En and could not help but ask. They had no idea what had happened and why this place would change like this. The will of the heavenly Tao was clearly the last hope that everyone in the sword, profound, great world prayed for. However, after it revived, it actually revealed a destructive intent that was even more terrifying than those otherworldly demons. The will of the heavenly Tao is not what we think. It wants to sacrifice all of us. Lin En's expression was heavy as he began to tell Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others the truth that he had learned. This included the origins of Mirror Lake, Sword City, the reason for the destruction of the Gu Xian Empire, and the heaven-destroying battle that sealed the will of the heavenly Tao. In fact, he did not know much. He only knew all of this through the spirits of his ancestors in Sword City. If one were to trace back the time, it could be traced back to tens of millions of years ago. At that time, Shu sect, Mount Kong, and other forces did not exist. The only overlord in the sword, profound, great world was the Gu Xian God dynasty, which had almost unified the 13 states. Unfortunately, because of a huge disaster, the Gu Xian God dynasty fell apart overnight and disappeared in the long history of the sword, profound, great world. Lin En knew that he was a descendant of the Gu Xian God dynasty. The reason why the Gu Xian God dynasty was destroyed was because it had touched the forbidden area and saw the purpose of the will of the heavenly Tao. That was why it had incurred the wrath of the heavens. So there's such a secret? After hearing everything that Lin En said, Graceful Sword Immortal and Snow Sword Immortal were stunned. They were extremely shocked. and huge waves surged in their hearts. They even felt that their worldview was shattered. It was unbelievable. The will of the heavenly Tao that they had been searching for all this was planning to sacrifice everyone. And a long, long time ago, there was a war that destroyed the heavens on this piece of land. This battle caused Sword City to sink into Mirror Lake, and the Guxian God dynasty was destroyed overnight? This is unbelievable! Graceful Sword Immortal and Snow Sword Immortal were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. At this moment, when they looked at the terrifying blood-red eyes again, they no longer had the intention to worship it. Instead, they were filled with endless anger and murderous intent. It was not only the extraterrestrial demons who wanted to invade and occupy this world. Even the will of the heavenly Tao that was born in this world was trying to destroy everything. Take them down. The Patriarch and the others' auras have disappeared. They actually came out alive. The revival of the will of the heavenly Tao is definitely related to them. Take all of them down. Kill whoever dares to escape. At this moment, an angry voice came from the ancient warship not far away. Many knights with powerful auras rushed out, holding all kinds of heavenly weapons and heavenly swords as they charged toward Graceful Sword Immortal and the others. The leader had a cold look in his eyes and was filled with murderous intent. He was ready to take down Graceful Sword Immortal and the others. In addition to these people, there were also many terrifying auras in the other ancient warships. Although the Tao attainments of the various orthodoxies had gone deep into the ruins, there were many boundary emperors who stayed here. Due to the revival of the will of the heavenly Tao, the rules of this world were chaotic. The suppression on them had been greatly reduced, and they could use most of their strength. In the face of a boundary emperor, even if Graceful Sword Immortal and the others resisted with all their might, it was futile and they were quickly taken down. What happened in the end? Why did my Patriarch's aura disappear? How did you all come out alive? The living beings of Divine Spirit Mountain stepped forward, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they asked in anger. The other powerhouses of the various clans also stepped forward, and even Euphia was no exception. She frowned and felt uneasy. She also sensed that the aura of her patriarch had disappeared. It was very likely that he had fallen in the ruins. They were all killed by Gu Changa. Lin En looked at the many powerhouses around him, took a deep breath, and then slowly said, he understood that Gu Changa's identity in the upper realm was not to be underestimated. Even these powerhouses in front of him were afraid of him. However, no matter what, Gu Changa had killed those Tao attainments. This was an indisputable fact. Lin En did not want to take the blame for Gu Changa. He did not have the ability to do so. Moreover, if these people went to find Gu Changa for revenge, they could also relieve some of the pressure on him and find a way to escape. The expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others changed drastically. They did not expect Lin En to be so decisive and bold as to directly say the truth in front of everyone that Gu Changa had killed those Tao attainments. Although they had seen everything with their own eyes, who would dare to say such words lightly? Gu Changa was a terrifying existence that could fight with the will of the heavenly Tao. If he wanted to kill everyone, he did not even need to do it himself. Just his subordinate alone could sweep everything away. Lin En's words made the expressions of the people in the upper realm change. Many people were even more murderous. They stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. To actually dare to frame young Lord Changa courting death." Although Euphia felt that these words were not too realistic, she still could not help shuddering slightly. She felt that Gu Changa could really do such a thing. Ever since he admitted that he had killed Tuoba Xiaoyao, Euphia knew that Gu Changa had no scruples at all. Even if he destroyed this realm, he did not care at all. Therefore, it was not impossible to kill those who had attained the Tao. If you all don't believe me, then you can ask the rest. At that time, we saw it with our own eyes. Could it be that you all think that we can kill them? Lin En said with a calm expression, not panicking in the slightest. After all, that was the ironclad truth. He did not frame Gu Changa. Whether it was true or false, one would know with a probe. I think that you just want to frame young Lord Changa. Why would he make a move against my race's ancestor? The expert of divine Spirit Mountain had a cold expression that contained killing intent. A terrifying pressure crushed down. He did not believe Lin Un's words at all. In his opinion, his ancestor had previously curried favor with Gu Changa and was favored by him. How could he be killed by him? Lin Un's words were nothing more than trying to provoke the hatred between them and Gu Changa, so that he could benefit from it. Death is at hand, and you still want to sow discord between us and young Lord Changa. It's simply laughable. The expert of another race stepped forward and said coldly, the Quasi-Emperor's aura pressed down, causing graceful Sword Immortal and the others to be unable to breathe. The laws of heaven and earth disappeared, and the Quasi-Emperor's aura was boundless. It was simply impossible to bear. The eyes of the other experts were equally terrifying. When they landed here, it was as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Although the disappearance of the ancestor's aura was a serious matter, offending Gu Changa was also not a small matter. Moreover, if their ancestor was really killed by Gu Changa, then once they found out the truth, Gu Changa would definitely not let them leave alive. Therefore, the best way was to pretend that they did not know anything for the time being. After safely returning to the upper realm, they would find a way to take revenge. Lin En did not know what the people of the upper realm were thinking. He still shook his head and said, if you still don't believe me, you can search their souls. These people have all witnessed everything with their own eyes. As he spoke, he pointed at graceful Sword Immortal and the others behind him. The land Sword Immortals who escaped from the small world were not only limited to graceful Sword Immortal and the others, but also some others. Those people were not related to him. So Lin En naturally threw them out without hesitation. Soul search. Hearing this, the expressions of graceful Sword Immortal and the others changed. The soul was the place where a cultivator's life was connected to. If there was the slightest accident, it would endanger their life and death. If it was light, they would become retarded. If it was heavy, they would lose their lives. Lin Un's words were truly vicious. He was not afraid of the other land Sword Immortals at all. Many land Sword Immortals also glared at Lin En with incomparable anger. However, Lin Un's expression was calm, turning a blind eye to all of this. If he wanted to save the Sword Profound World, he had to make a necessary sacrifice. I think this person has ulterior motives. How could young Master Changa do such a thing? It's just a baseless accusation. Lock him up and wait for young Master Changa to return before we deal with him. However, the expression on Lin Un's face quickly froze. He felt incomparably surprised and incredulous. The people here did not care about his words at all and directly ordered people to lock him up. Were they afraid of Gu Changa to such an extent? They did not even dare to suspect him? Chapter 648. That day was definitely a dark day of catastrophe for all the cultivators in the Sword Mystic Great World. Despair and wails were everywhere in the 13 prefectures. Countless cultivators were crying. Blood and fire spread. The earth cracked, mountains and rivers reversed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Vast and terrifying fluctuations came from the end of the world. That place was blurry. Only angry shouts and chaotic light could be heard from afar. Boom! In the end, that place collapsed. A large piece of the sky collapsed. 5-colored divine flames flowed like the legendary pure glass fire that could burn all things in the world. In this catastrophe, a terrifying hand that was green in color and surrounded by destruction laws reached down from the end of the world and grabbed billions of lives. It was like a world-destroying millstone that spanned between heaven and earth. It slowly rotated, pushing all rules and order to the end. Countless cultivators were obliterated into nothingness and disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation, never to exist again. Even Earth's Sword Immortals were as weak as fireflies and were annihilated in an instant. The sword, mystic great worlds, will of the heavenly Tao revived and controlled the power of the heavenly Tao. It tried to destroy all lives and sacrifice them to transcend. However, such a terrifying millstone was then destroyed by a halberd light. It was torn into pieces and black blood flowed out. It was incomparably terrifying. Billions of lives and cultivators looked at this scene in fear. It was as if they were facing a miracle. Gu Changa's avatar appeared between heaven and earth. It exceeded millions of miles, and even his hair was larger than a star. It was surrounded by a vast amount of chaotic energy, like a god of creation who split the chaos in the legends. He reached out and tore open that gap. In an instant, he broke through the endless restrictions and space and entered the void of another dimension. "I've found you. How long are you going to hide?" He stepped in with a calm expression. In Gu Changa's opinion, this battle would come to an end soon. The will of the heavenly Tao was hiding from his pursuit. It hid from underground to another space. However, he still found its true body. The difference in power was not great, but against him, all resistance was futile. "We have no enmity. Why are you chasing me?" The will of the heavenly Tao stood at the end of the dusky world and revealed its true form. It was an extremely tall and sturdy black-haired man. His blood-red eyes were cold and emotionless. His body was surrounded by the light of virtue. 7-colored, auspicious clouds shrouded him. Then they turned into a 7-colored armor that covered his body. Boundless golden light of virtue surrounded him, making him look like the Lord of the world, revered by all races. A blurry phantom of a world floated up and down, as if it was standing on top of endless divine light. "You are the only one who can enjoy the light of virtue? How ironic. I'll kill you? Aren't you the one who attacked me first?" The sound of footsteps rang out in this dim space of nothingness. Gu Changa chuckled as he walked over step by step. The 8 Desolation Demon, halberd, pointed diagonally towards the south. Everywhere it passed, everything crumbled. His aura was too terrifying, to the extent where this space couldn't bear it. It began to collapse, all of the laws and order disappearing. "Who are you?" The will of the heavens said coldly. There was a trace of great fear in its cold eyes. Gu Changa's strength was beyond his imagination. Even though he now had the strength of a remnant immortal, he was still at a disadvantage when fighting against him. That was why Gu Changa found the will of the heavens and charged over. He originally thought that after he woke up, he could reopen this realm and reforge his body, taking the final step. However, he didn't expect that Gu Changa would suddenly appear. Even the other Tao masters of the upper realm were not worth mentioning in his eyes. They were insignificant. Only Gu Changa was extremely difficult to deal with. Whether it was his origin or strength, they were both unfathomable. "Who I am is not important. Hand over the world's origin, and I might be able to kill you quickly." The smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared as he spoke indifferently. He stepped forward, intending to refine and devour the will of the heavens. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him began to tremble and ripples began to appear. Then it was as if a terrifying hurricane had swept up, enveloping all directions. At the same time, a monstrous black fog instantly filled the air like a field. It was filled with a chaotic and chaotic aura, like a black hole in the universe, devouring everything. "Who exactly are you?" The expression of the will of the heavens' true body changed again as he felt a strong threat. It was not only Gu Changa's methods, but also Gu Changa's aura that made his heart palpitate at this moment. "I already said that who I am is not important. Hand over the world's origin if you know what's good for you," Gu Changa said indifferently. With a wung sound, dark light descended, boundless and boundless, covering this place. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared, although it was only the size of a palm. However, there were countless divine laws floating and intertwining within it, finally turning into a sky-devouring black hole, condensed by the stars of the heavens. The will of the heavens' true body felt a great threat. That palm-sized bottle seemed to contain the most terrifying thing in the world, and it could devour him. He did not dare to be negligent. A law pool appeared beside him, and silver lightning surged, turning into true dragons, divine phoenixes, black tortoises, and white tigers that pierced through the sky and charged towards Guchanga. Boom! However, Guchanga only held the 8 desolation demonic halberd and slashed horizontally, as if he wanted to destroy a great world. All the laws were collapsing, like an egg touching a rock, instantly shattering into pieces and exploding into nothingness. Even the law pool collapsed instantly, unable to resist this power. Roar! The will of the heavens' true body roared. The 5-colored armor emitted a brilliant light, and his black hair danced in anger. He took the initiative to attack. Otherwise, he would be devoured by this mysterious bottle sooner or later and die without a burial place. Rumble! The aura here was even more terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be overturned and reopened. Guchanga's expression did not change. The vague outline of a world appeared around him, and silver divine flames surged around each world. As the will of the heavenly Tao, true body, charged over, the silver divine flames around his body became more and more dazzling. They burned through the void as they faced that world-shocking attack head-on. He allowed that giant black hand to strike over, and he didn't even try to dodge. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying trembling sound rang out. The will of the heavens' true body's huge hand could crush those who had achieved the Tao. However, when it hit Guchanga, it only made a trembling sound and did not kill the enemy. His palm and fingers were bleeding, and his bones were broken. Your physical body, the will of the heavens' true body's expression changed again and again. He quickly pulled back and retreated, sensing that something was wrong. The strength of Guchanga's physical body had even surpassed the extent that this world could bear. It seems that you still can't see the situation clearly? Guchanga chuckled. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, still cold and emotionless. The will of the heavens' true body's expression changed. Since the birth of a will, this was the first time he felt so uneasy and his life was threatened. He roared again, and terrifying chains of rules appeared around him. The great Tao rumbled, and the universe shattered. Each chain seemed to be wrapped around an ancient world, extracting the origin laws and surging over, trying to drown Guchanga. Tell me where the origin of the world is. Guchanga's expression was cold. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his hair was glowing. He was incomparably handsome as he walked in this tattered world. All the offensive techniques were swallowed by layers of black light when they landed in front of him. This was different from the impenetrable. This was completely swallowing, and it could even be immune to everything. After all, even the laws that were close to the immortal Tao domain were useless. Ha! If you want to know where the origin of the world is, then you have to destroy this world. Can you do it? The origin of this world contains countless living beings. Only by sacrificing everyone can it be condensed. If you want to obtain the origin of the world, then it's very simple. You just have to destroy this world. The true body of the will of the heavens appeared in the distance. His body was tattered, and many places were filled with thick black blood. He sneered. He had suffered a serious Tao injury. The power that spread out from the great Tao treasure bottle was too terrifying. Even if he absorbed the laws of various places to heal his injuries, it was futile. Seeing that Guchanga was so determined to obtain the origin of the world, he might as well tell him everything so that Guchanga would give up. Sacrificing a world? Other than him, who else could do it? After all, this sounded incomparably crazy. Moreover, doing so would not only attract endless karmic fire, but it would also cause a loss of merit, which would not be easy for future cultivation. I have to destroy this world. Guchanga frowned slightly, but he soon relaxed. He did not doubt the words of the will of the heavens. From its previous action of destroying the world, It was obvious that sacrificing all living beings was its only chance to transcend. And this time after he revived, the first thing he did was to try to destroy this world and sacrifice all living beings as nutrients. Seeing him fall silent, the true body of the will of the heavenly path thought that Guchanga was afraid, so it couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm different from you, cultivators. I started the world-ending battle because I followed the cycle of karma. Not only will I not attract the flames of karma, but I will also gain merit. And once you do so, you will definitely be entangled by karmic fire, leaving behind endless disasters. Have you thought it through? Guchanga shook his head gently and sighed. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, it would really cause trouble. It seems that I can't kill you now. What do you mean by that? The black-haired man, formed by the will of the heavens, stared at Guchanga with cold eyes. He had a bad premonition in his heart. This world-destroying calamity still needs to be triggered by you. Guchanga's face was calm, and there was even coldness in the depths of his eyes. Buzz! The great Tao treasure bottle bobbed up and down, and strands of black light appeared. The space suddenly froze. Vast and terrifying demonic chi surged, covering everything as it pounced towards the will of the heavens. At the same time, Guchanga's sleeves fluttered, and he reached out his hand. Billions of crimson rays of light bloomed, like a cage of heaven and earth, releasing the sound of the great Tao to suppress and capture it. This was a powerful and peerless attack. It was unpredictable and vast, and it was difficult to describe with words. All kinds of great Tao lights and Tai Chu sounds spread and bloomed, and even the scene of the sky splitting open was displayed. For a moment, this place became blurry and all kinds of rules and order intertwined. The will of the heavens displayed its strongest power after its revival, and it wanted to resist Guchanga's suppression. However, after a few hundred moves, monstrous demonic chi seeped over, corroding the light of virtue around it, turning into star-like chains that bound its body. No matter how it resisted, it couldn't break free, and it was reduced to a fish on the chopping board. Although it's formed by the will of the heavens, its true body is no different from a living creature. It's easier to control this way, Guchanga said softly, and black and white colors bloomed in his eyes. He descended from the void, and the darkness behind him spread like a tide, engulfing the will of the heavens in an instant. Runes of the great Tao flickered and intertwined, penetrating along the chains, and then slowly falling into its body. It was like a brand that could control its life and death with a thought. If you don't want your consciousness to be erased now, then you'd better listen to me obediently. Guchanga's expression was cold. After all, the will of the heavens controlled the heavenly Tao of this world, and it was the representative of invincibility in this world. Earth's sword immortals were no different from ants. As long as he didn't interfere, it was only a matter of time before he sacrificed all lives and condensed the origin of this world. What? You, after hearing what Guchanga wanted to say, the true body of the will of the heavens suddenly felt a chill. It looked at Guchanga with a gaze full of fear. He originally thought that Guchanga would give up on the world's origin, but he didn't expect that Guchanga actually planned to use him to destroy this world and obtain the world's origin. In Guchanga's eyes, the survival of the sword profound world was really not important. Moreover, Guchanga's methods were much more ruthless than his. He was simply using everyone as a tool. After controlling the will of the heavens, Guchanga had no intention of wasting time talking nonsense with it. Then the space cracked open, and he took a step out, quickly disappearing. This place was actually still within the sword profound world, but it existed in another dimension, and ordinary cultivators couldn't sense it at all. Now, it was impossible to avoid the apocalypse. Guchanga only needed to wait quietly. So many enlightened ones have died in the upper realm. I'm afraid they already guessed that I was the one who did it. Now they don't dare to say much. When I return to the upper realm, it's inevitable that there will be trouble. Guchanga's figure left this space and appeared in the sky of the outside world. He pondered and planned to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of all these disasters. He looked at the devastated land below and shook his head gently. The battle between the will of the heavens and him had almost destroyed half of the sword profound world. 5 of the 13 states' territories had been sunk, not to mention the overseas territories, which had been evaporated, leaving only the terrifying riverbed. However, there were still many living beings and cultivators left in this world, so it shouldn't have much of an impact on the matter of sacrifice. Buzz! The void blurred, and Guchanga disappeared with a step. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles to the place where the ancient worship was hovering. When he was in the ancient mystic ruins, he intentionally let Graceful Sword Saint and the others go. It was so that he would have an excuse to make a move on the various orthodoxies that had descended into this world. Moreover, even if he killed Graceful Sword Saint and the others, the orthodoxies would have a way to deduce that he was the one who killed the many enlightened ones. Chapter 649. On this day, endless blood and fire engulfed the entire sword profound world. Everywhere was filled with despair and wails. The world was dark, as if doomsday had arrived, bringing calamity and calamity. The original territory of the 13 provinces had already been sunk. The terrifying Rift Valley spread out for tens of millions of miles. Volcanoes erupted and scarlet flames rained down from the sky like meteors, destroying large swathes of territory. On the other side of the world, the ocean burst its banks and surged crazily, drowning the land. Countless terrifying, ferocious beasts crawled out from the deep sea and charged towards the land. This world was already in tatters. All the forces and sects were shrouded in a thick cloud of gloom. They were in incomparable despair. The heavens want to destroy our sword profound world. Many elders with high cultivation bases were lamenting. They knelt at the foot of the mountain and prayed to their ancestors, hoping to see a glimmer of light. Countless cultivators knelt at the foot of the Sword God Mountain, praying to the statue on the mountain peak. A terrifying calamity had once happened in the sword profound world, almost wiping out all the races. However, at that time, an outstanding person appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the world. He was known as the Sword God by the people of the world. With his own strength, he saved the building from collapse and resolved that great calamity. Later cultivators built the Sword God Mountain here, sculpting a statue and praying day and night. But today, many people discovered in despair that the originally golden statue of the Sword God had already dimmed. Too many cracks had appeared on it. Boom! In the end, under the terrified and disbelieving gazes of many people, the statue collapsed with a loud bang. Even the Sword God Mountain was struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning from the sky. Shattered rocks fell from the sky, cracking open one crack after another, quickly falling apart. There's really no hope. Even the Sword God Mountain has collapsed. Countless cultivators kneeling at the foot of the Sword God Mountain roared. They were incomparably sorrowful and desperate, not daring to believe what was happening before their eyes. Scenes like this were still playing out in various parts of the sword profound world. The calamity descended from the heavens, and the divine might was vast and boundless. Crimson chains of law pierced through the sky like divine dragons, wanting to cross everything. The land sword immortals that were hidden all over the sword, mystic great world were shocked to the extreme at this moment. These crimson chains fell from the sky, carrying a scorching and terrifying 510 destructive aura. They shattered the void and headed straight for where they were hiding. Boom! Dazzling brilliance exploded. Under this boundless heavenly might, everyone was as weak as ants. All the land sword immortals roared in despair. They tried their best to break free from the chains, but in the end it was futile. Even his soul was bound, unable to move. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. It was vast and boundless. As long as it was a cultivator born in the sword profound world, it would be difficult for them to escape. However, this kind of power was only effective against those who had reached the Earth Sword Immortal Realm. Many cultivators who had already reached the 9th step felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Many people even saw with their own eyes that their grand ancestor, who had been living in seclusion in the deepest part of the clan, was tied up by a chain and dragged away, disappearing into the horizon. This kind of power made people despair. The gap was too big, and they could not resist at all. On this day, many land sword immortals who had not appeared were taken away by the crimson chains and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where these land sword immortals were taken, and what happened to them if they were dead or alive, whether it was for them or for the common people. This was a day of despair and darkness. Outside the sky of the sword profound world, where the world barrier crack was located, many ancient warships floated in the air, surrounded by large stars and nebulas. It was extremely vast and deep. Many orthodoxies and forces that came to invade this world were now stationed here. With such a strange change in the sword profound world, even they felt a sense of trepidation. They did not dare to approach it casually. Some boundary emperors tried to descend to the lower realm to find out what had happened. However, they were quickly repelled by the power of that world and almost could not escape. Therefore, they gave up and planned to wait and see. After returning from the ancient mystic ruins, the powerhouses of the various forces were stationed here. After all, their goal of conquering the sword profound world had not been completed. Naturally, they would not choose to return to the upper realm. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the void outside the sky, followed by a series of ripples spreading out. Gu Changa's figure stepped out of it. He was very fast and arrived at the ancient warship of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty in an instant. Young Lord Changa. Many soldiers in charge of patrolling recognized Gu Changa at first sight. They were extremely shocked and greeted him together. The disappearance of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor's aura was not spread out for fear of causing panic. So many people did not know. They also did not know that the entire Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was extremely wary of Gu Changa. Where is your eldest princess now? Gu Changa landed on the ancient warship and walked slowly as he asked softly and casually, Young Lord Changa, since the eldest princess returned from the lower realm, she has been in the main palace and has not left. A soldier reported respectfully. The main palace? Gu Changa nodded slightly. Then he disappeared and appeared thousands of miles away. Why do you think young Lord Changa is looking for the eldest princess? Seeing that Gu Changa had left, several patrolling soldiers could not help but look at each other, feeling that something was wrong. The main palace was located in the depths of the ancient warship. Clouds and mist hung down, with mountains and pavilions standing tall and straight. Silver waterfalls swirled, and colorful mist lingered around. Euphia was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful. Her face was dignified and elegant, and her hair was like clouds. She did not wear any makeup. She looked calm and stood quietly in the main palace. At this moment, when she heard footsteps coming from outside the palace, she turned around and looked at the figure walking slowly. She did not look surprised at all. It was more like she had been waiting for Gu Changa here for a long time. Greetings to young Lord Changa. Then Euphia bowed slightly. She was dignified and elegant, showing the magnanimity and calmness of a royal disciple. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Gu Changa nodded slowly and said, You have been waiting for me here for a long time? Yes. Euphia nodded and admitted calmly. She knew that Gu Changa would return here. The sword profound world's will of the heavenly Tao could not stop him. Moreover, she knew that since Gu Changa dared to kill so many Tao attainments without fear, he must be here. It was obvious that they had the intention of burying everyone here. That was why he would definitely make his move. Everyone would not be able to escape death. Even those who achieved the Tao were no match for him, let alone others. Oh, you have been waiting for me. It seems that you know the purpose of my return? Gu Changa said with a faint smile. He seemed to be interested. Euphia said with a complicated expression. Young Lord Changa, you must be planning to kill all of us here, so that you can monopolize the sword profound world's world origin. She was very smart. In fact, when Gu Changa killed the ancestor and many other Tao attainments, she had already guessed it. The world origin was something that could make Tao attainments go crazy. How could Gu Changa not be moved by it when he was in such a realm? Since you know this, why are you still waiting for me here? Are you waiting for death? Gu Changa asked with a smile. Euphia shook her head and said with a serious expression, Young Lord Changa, you can actually change your method. If you kill everyone here, you will inevitably arouse suspicion when you return to the upper realm. She knew that if she resisted at this time, she would only die faster. Therefore, the only way was to let Gu Changa understand the value of her life. I know what you mean. You want me to let the great celestial dynasty people go? But how can you guarantee that the other forces will not cause me trouble? Gu Changa said with a strange expression. Although he intended to kill everyone and bury them here, considering that the essence of the world needed to be refined, he needed to sacrifice the lives of the common people. If the sacrifice was not enough, the many upper realm orthodoxies here would be a good choice. I'm afraid young Lord Changa already has a plan in mind, because dead people will not cause trouble. Euphia said with a calm expression. Gu Changa smiled, then withdrew his smile and said, It seems that you dare to wait for me here because you are confident. If you want me to let the great celestial dynasty go, I can do that. However, I want you to think of a way to lure the armies of the various orthodoxies into the sword arcane great world. Lure them into the sword arcane great world? Euphia was shocked as she suddenly guessed Gu Changa's intention. Why can't you do it? Gu Changa glanced at her and asked. Euphia felt a little dry in her mouth, but she nodded and said, I will try my best. However, due to the existence of the heavenly will, I'm afraid many people will be forced to retreat before they even get close to the sword arcane great world. Gu Changa gently shook his head and said, You don't have to worry about this. The heavenly will not make things difficult for them. Will not make things difficult for them? Euphia was stunned as she did not understand what Gu Changa meant. However, she could not help but shudder as she thought of a possibility. Could the heavenly will of this world have been controlled by Gu Changa? Was that why he planned to lure the armies of the various orthodoxies into the great world so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop? After leaving the main hall, Gu Changa went to the dungeon according to the information he obtained from Euphia. Graceful Sword Fairy, Snow Sword Fairy, Lin En, and the others were now imprisoned in that place, waiting for him to deal with them when he returned. This was the solution that the powerhouses of the various orthodoxies had unanimously decided on. The Tao enlightened ones of the various clans were now nowhere to be found. After all, they were not stupid. They would not offend Gu Changa when they knew that they were no match for Gu Changa. Whatever happened, they would at least have to deal with it when they returned to the upper realm. Young Lord Changa, this is the person who has been framing you. How do you want to deal with him? In the dungeon, a supreme stage powerhouse from the divine Spirit Mountain was leading the way as he pointed at Lin En and asked respectfully. Apart from him, there were also powerhouses from various orthodoxies who were accompanying him. All of them had extraordinary cultivation bases and shocking vitality, like a terrifying furnace. I understand. Gu Changa nodded as he stared at Lin En with a strange look. Initially, he wanted to see how much trouble this child of destiny could cause. However, he was rather disappointed. Not only was he bewitched by the heavenly will, but he could not even tell the situation clearly, other than being an experienced baby and farming heavenly treasure chests. There was probably no other use for him. To be honest, at his current level, there weren't any children of destiny that could have a great impact on him or be of any use to him. Guchanga could only hope that when the immortal gate opened and he entered the immortal territory, would there be a surprise? Why are you here? Lin En stared at Guchanga. His originally calm face had a ripple of emotion. His cultivation base was sealed, and he had been imprisoned in the dungeon. He really did not expect Guchanga to return to this place so calmly after killing the Dao enlightened ones of the various clans. Moreover, he was treated so respectfully by the powerhouses of the various clans. However, Guchanga had no intention of paying attention to him. He casually scanned his surroundings. Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others were imprisoned on the other side. Their cultivation bases were also sealed, and they were reduced to ordinary people. In this huge dungeon, the ones who were imprisoned were actually this group of land sword immortals. The people who once stood at the pinnacle of the sword arcane great world could only be prisoners now, and their lives were not up to them. Their expressions were extremely complicated. They were somewhat uneasy, but even more so, they were dejected. Currently, the sword arcane great world is facing a great calamity. Perhaps you have already known that the will of the heavenly Tao wants to slaughter all the living beings in this world, so as to achieve its plan of transcendence. When it transcends, it will be the day when this world collapses and all living beings perish. All of you will die, and all the living beings that were born and bred in this world will be annihilated and buried. Guchanga looked around the dungeon, then slowly opened his mouth and told them this secret. For the time being, he did not want to kill this group of land sword immortals. After all, this group of people had cultivated to this point, and their bodies had long been tainted with the aura and rules of this world. In other words, the land sword immortals were the most suitable nourishment for the sacrifice. However, there were simply too few existences who had cultivated to this stage. Guchanga had asked the will of the heavenly Tao to capture all the land sword immortals that were currently hidden in the sword arcane great world. The graceful sword immortal, the snow sword immortal, and the others were all top experts in the sword arcane great world. Would it not be a waste to kill them just like that? When they heard Guchanga's words, the expressions of the experts from the various orthodoxies changed. Some were shocked and some were in disbelief. They did not know that there was such a secret. The sword arcane great worlds will of the heavenly Tao was actually so ambitious? I'm afraid that when it transcends, it will enter the immortal state. After all, this kind of heavenly Tao existence is different from cultivators like us. They are born and are protected by the heavenly Tao, so they do not need to suffer all kinds of hardships during their growth. An extremely ancient expert spoke, seeming extremely heavy, even a bit worried. After all, in the current upper realm, there was no news of the existence of the immortal Tao existence. This might be a threat to the upper realm. If that's the case, maybe the disappearance of our Tao attainment cultivators is related to this. Looks like we have to explore this sword arcane great world again. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Euphia, frowned slightly at this moment. She seemed to have thought of something and could not help but sigh softly. As soon as she said this, the hearts of the experts from the various orthodoxies suddenly moved. They looked at each other and felt that it was very possible. In fact, they were not willing to believe that Guchanga was the one who killed their grand ancestor. On the contrary, they would rather believe that their grand ancestor was trapped in the sword arcane great world for some reason and could not escape for the time being. Chapter 650. In the dungeon, everyone was shocked by Euphia's words. The sword deity Yi, the sword deity Shui, and the rest widened their eyes as chills ran down their spines. They had witnessed how Guchanga killed those few Tao attainments with their own eyes. Euphia and one of the grand emperors behind her were also among them. Yet, she had turned a blind eye to this, and was even planning to lure the rest to the lower realm. What was her intention? If that's the case, all of you seniors still have a chance of survival. Guchanga smiled as if he was not surprised. He did not expect Euphia to say that. However, It was a good thing that he could lure all the cultivators from the various forces to become the sacrifice. Perhaps they're trapped somewhere. Euphia's words made the experts from various orthodoxies fall into deep thought. If there was still a glimmer of hope, they did not wish to see their grand emperor fall here. It seems that we'll have to explore the sword arcane world sooner or later. An expert from the divine, spiritual mountain spoke and nodded as he made a decision. Many people had the intention to retreat as they thought of this. They planned to instruct their subordinates to arrange for people to descend to the lower realm. With such a disaster happening in the sword arcane world, there was blood and fire everywhere. It was a good opportunity for them to escape. After that, many figures left the dungeon, leaving only the people from the Great Yu, Celestial Dynasty, and Gu Changa. You can leave now. Gu Changa shook his head gently and waved his sleeves. A breeze swept past and instantly removed the seal on the sword deity, the sword deity Shuet and the rest. What does young Master Gu mean by this? They were shocked and did not understand Gu Changa's actions and intentions. They looked at each other and saw the confusion and doubt in each other's eyes. Gu Changa did not kill them. Instead, he removed the seal on them and planned to let them go. The sword arcane world is in such a terrible situation. As the supreme experts of this world, it's time for all of you to display your strength and usefulness. Gu Changa said lightly, "The heavens and earth were the furnace, and all living beings were the nourishment. These sword immortals of the land were the best sacrifices. It was indeed time for them to display their usefulness. Thank you, young Master Gu, for not killing me today. If there is another opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you." Hearing Gu Changa's words, Graceful Sword Immortal and the rest were startled at first. Then their expressions became extremely complicated as they respectfully cupped their hands and said, they did not know that the current will of the heavenly Tao had already been controlled by Gu Changa. It could be assumed that Gu Changa was soft-hearted and did not want to kill again. This made them, who previously felt that Gu Changa was unfathomably shrewd and ruthless, feel ashamed in their hearts. They were really too narrow-minded to measure the heart of a gentleman. Due to Gu Changa's order, the experts from the other orthodoxies did not dare to continue making things difficult for Graceful Sword Saint and the others. They could only watch as they were released and left the ancient worship to return to the sword arcane great world. However, compared to the good luck of Graceful Sword Immortal and the others, Linen was not so lucky. His heart was filled with unwillingness and regret. Gu Changa casually killed him, and a golden heavenly Tao treasure chest jumped out and was casually kept by him. Other than that, he did not care about the heaven's life points at all. Then Fia continued to spread the news and let the people from the other orthodoxies descend to the lower realm. Seeing this scene, Euphia's heart skipped a beat, but she suppressed the fear in her heart and said respectfully, after experiencing these things, she finally recognized the nature of Gu Changa. Under the handsome and elegant appearance of an immortal, there was actually a ruthless and unscrupulous means hidden. In the past, she was actually curious about him and even admired him. Now, Euphia only wanted to stay away from him. 3 days. I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will definitely be led to the sword arcane great world. Gu Changa glanced at her indifferently, as if he knew what Euphia was thinking. 3 days was more or less enough. The final sacrifice should be coming soon. Once the time was up, he would not continue to wait. Euphia said respectfully, "Yes, I should be able to do it in 3 days." Gu Changa nodded. His figure turned into a rain of light and disappeared on the spot. The news of the impending catastrophe of the sword arcane great world spread quickly and caused a huge commotion. Everywhere was filled with despair. A few days ago, terrifying chains of order appeared from the depths of the sky and captured the sword immortals of Earth. This was already a warning to the people. The remaining 9th and 8th realm cultivators of Shu sect, Kongshan sect, and other forces gathered together. Their faces were extremely solemn as they discussed how to solve this problem. Some felt that they should escape this world and go to other ancient planets with life to escape this catastrophe. Some felt that it was better to surrender to the extraterrestrial demons and be taken away. Even if they became slaves, it was still better than dying a horrible death. Otherwise, no matter what choice they made, they would not be able to escape death. Even the sword immortals of Earth could not escape from the chains of order, let alone the rest. Therefore, the only way to survive was to surrender. However, the cultivators who had such thoughts were in the minority. Most people still felt that they should unite and fight against the heavenly Tao. After all, the heavens were virtuous. They did not believe that everyone would die tragically in this catastrophe. After that, the sword immortal Yi Jixian, the sword immortal Shui, and many other sword immortals of Earth were captured by the extraterrestrial demons returned. This caused the originally panicked people to gradually calm down. They felt that this battle was not without hope. The only way is to unite. A long, long time ago, the will of the heavenly Tao was sealed by our ancestors. Now that it's our turn, why can't we do it? The sword immortal Yi Jixian encouraged and told them the secret he learned from Lin En. When everyone heard this, they were naturally encouraged. Their morale was greatly boosted. The most important thing now is to think of a way to save those sword immortals of Earth who were captured by the will of the heavenly Tao. It must be afraid of us, which is why it chose to strike first to gain the upper hand and weaken our strength. Another veteran sword immortal of Earth spoke. He was very dignified, and his words were very convincing. No one dared to be negligent. They began to think of ways to find out where those sword immortals of Earth who were captured were currently imprisoned. This was because their soul lamps had not been extinguished yet. They must be imprisoned in some mysterious and unknown place. Looks like the only way now is to look for the mirror lake like last time. In the end, they thought of the only way, which was to determine the exact location through aura, just like when they divined the mirror lake. At the same time, in the distant upper realm, at the entrance of the sword arcane great world, waves of extremely terrifying sounds came. It sounded as if the world was collapsing. Rumble. The void shook violently. The huge crack that spanned tens of thousands of miles was slowly healing. Radiance retracted, and the power of the world's law filled the air. Then, streams of black blood flowed out. Such a scene caused the countless cultivators that stood guard here to be shocked, and then they were horrified. What happened? How could this be? Why did that world's entrance suddenly close? My family successor is still inside. An old servant of a supreme Taoism orthodoxy could not help but shout. He was extremely anxious. One had to know that the world's crack was not fixed. Once this entrance closed, no one knew how to enter it. Most importantly, the sudden closure of this space crack and the black blood flowing out. Did this mean that something ominous had happened? The successors of many immortal forces in the upper realm had entered, and several Tao attainment realm existences had also arrived. If an accident happened, they would not know what to do and would not be able to explain themselves. Let's try together. A boundary emperor of an immortal force who had been guarding this place suddenly spoke. His expression was extremely solemn as he discussed with the boundary emperors of the other forces. The strange phenomenon here is not to be underestimated. Let's try together and see if we can open this space crack. The other boundary emperors nodded. Their expressions were solemn, and they felt a little uneasy. Boom! In the next moment, they attacked. Vast and mighty auras shook the surroundings and swept up towering waves. In the end, they could not stop the space crack from closing. Seeing this, a young man from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty could not help but worry. The eldest princess and the others are still inside. Young Master Chang'e is also inside. If something happens to him, will the longevity Gu family vent their anger on the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty? Gu Chang'e shouldn't have any problems, but I don't know if anything will happen to the eldest princess and the others. The aura of the jade talisman that the old emperor left here has dissipated. This makes me very uneasy. The boundary emperor of the great celestial dynasty was much calmer. He knew how powerful Guchanga was. Even if everyone was buried inside, Guchanga would probably be able to leave safely. However, he still contacted the great celestial dynasty to inform them that something had happened here. He was worried that Euphia, the old emperor, and the others would be wiped out. At the same time, on this day in the sword mystic world, the darkest day had arrived. The terrifying scene was far more terrifying than any other time before. The world was pitch black, and terrifying strange phenomena appeared everywhere. The sky was dim and lost its color. Then black fog drifted, covering the sky and the sun. It was vast and boundless, like a surging black continent that was pressing down. The sun has been swallowed. All the light has disappeared. Countless cultivators and living beings were stunned as they stared blankly at the scene. Kacha! Cracks appeared in the sky, one after another. The sky shattered like a mirror and black blood flowed down. At the same time, the black substance came crashing down, flooding in all directions. In the remaining areas of the sword, profound, great world, too many powerful cultivators were struck by this black substance and suddenly fell to the ground while twitching. On the other hand, these black substances seemed as if they were alive as they ceaselessly drilled into his facial features and nostrils, and they even emitted sounds of chewing and tearing, causing him to be extremely astounding. Begging for fresh flowers 0 inches merely an instant, all of these living beings and cultivators transformed into ash, and they let out shrill cries as they were annihilated. At this moment, the sword profound world was in chaos. Rumble. Ancient warships descended from the heavens one after another, landing once again. A majestic army of the higher realms stood on them. There were the great celestial dynasty, the divine Spirit Mountain, the heavenly Emperor Mountain, and various other forces. It could be said that they were all the forces that had attacked the sword profound great world this time. Euphia did not dare to disappoint Guchanga, so she racked her brains and finally used the reason of finding the location of the old ancestor to mobilize various forces to rescue him. The old ancestor's aura is in the center of this world. While this world is in chaos, we can go and rescue them. Euphia spoke softly. Her dress was like snow. Her figure was slender, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. She was extremely beautiful and elegant. This aura is not right. It seems that this world is about to collapse. A quasi-emperor existence had a solemn expression. He had extraordinary knowledge and sensed the changes that were happening in the sword, profound, great world at this moment. The sky suddenly darkened, as if the most terrifying, chaotic, true thunder was exploding in the deepest part of the world. The entire sword, profound, great world was boundless, but at this moment the various lands were trembling. Countless terrifying, ferocious beasts woke up in the deepest part of the ocean. They raised their heads and looked into the distance, incomparably terrified. What happened? What's going on? Why is the world shattering? The sun and stars are also disappearing. The sudden change in the sword, profound, great world shocked many cultivators who did not know about it. On the ancient warship, the faces of the cultivators from the upper realm turned pale. They noticed that the entrance from before had disappeared, and they could not sense the slightest trace of the upper realm's aura. 0, that universe tunnel, was also gradually closing. Everyone would be trapped in this world, and it would be difficult for them to escape back to the upper realm. This made them incomparably terrified, and they did not understand what was going on. Rumble. The world was splitting apart and collapsing, and then it was peeled off. Flames soared into the sky, melting everything. It was as if meteors were sweeping down and smashing down. The entire sky of the sword, profound, great world was split into pieces like a mirror. Astral winds blew, and all directions were pitch black and bottomless nothingness. Inside was a sea of nothingness, and there were also surging, chaotic streams. Many ancient, ferocious beasts lived there. Even those who had achieved the Tao had to be careful when crossing. There were terrifying laws suppressing them, and they would die miserably. This scene shocked all the cultivators in this world. Everyone opened their eyes wide in horror. Heaven and earth ruptured, all types of laws pervading the air. The divine light of order was like raging flames, burning everything. There were some cultivators who came into contact with a trace of this aura, and then they were immediately turned into a blast of powder, body and soul erased. This was an incomparably terrifying and horrifying scene. The entire world was shrinking and collapsing. At the same time, it was like a collapsing continent, shrinking towards the center. The parts near the edge all melted into the sea of nothingness and chaotic streams, turning into powder. This isn't as simple as wiping out the world, but rather reopening this world, returning it to nothingness and primal chaos. All of the creatures in this world will die. On the ancient warship, a supreme being realm existence said in horror. His soul trembled, feeling incomparable lingering fear and worry. Even someone as powerful as him was horrified under this type of aura. He was like an ant, unable to resist at all. There was even less of a need to talk about the other cultivators. Their legs went weak, their faces pale. Moreover, what made them feel even more despair was that they couldn't find any way of leaving. The heavenly mysteries here were in chaos, the laws broken, order in chaos. They couldn't sense the aura of the upper realm at all. At this time, someone noticed that the speed at which the sky was collapsing wasn't that fast. Only the central region of the soared, profound, great world was undamaged, as if it wasn't affected. Quickly go to the center. There might be hope of survival there. Everyone in the soared, profound, great world shouted. Their bodies lit up, wrapped in runes, and rushed over with extreme speed. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the cultivators or the living beings, they were all terrified. They rushed towards the central region, feeling that that was the only place where they could survive. Rumble. Mountain ranges collapsed, the ground cracked, and volcanoes erupted. Scarlet true fire surged out from within, burning everything. A calamity descended. All living beings and cultivators were buried and destroyed, their bodies and souls destroyed. When the entire soared, profound, great world was destroyed in an incomparably dark space, a dense aura of destruction interweaved, and chaotic light dissipated. All kinds of vast and majestic power rose and fell, enough to crush ordinary people into meat paste, destroying their bodies and souls. Dark cages floated here, imprisoning the many sword immortals who had been captured from the soared, profound, great world. Their faces were ashen and filled with despair. When they saw the throne of darkness in this space, their hearts trembled, and they were terrified to the extreme. A white-robed man was sitting on it, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Beside him, the black-haired man formed by the will of the heavenly Tao was saying something with reverence. 2. Chapter 651. Dark and deep fog surged in this space, filled with an aura of despair and deathly stillness. The stars in the sky could be seen flowing above his head, and the primal chaos was boundless. It was as if he had arrived at the legendary end of the universe. Many dark cages were forged from unknown dark, divine gold. They were extremely sturdy and floated in the surrounding void, bobbing up and down as divine laws surged. From time to time, purple lightning would strike down, causing the struggling cultivators to groan and tremble nonstop. Not to mention the land sword immortals. Even if they were imprisoned here, they would not be able to escape. This space was incomparably vast, and the surroundings were even more boundless. It was as if they were in an unknown dimension. Everyone looked at the blurry, white-robed figure in the distance in despair, terrified to the extreme. They had never thought that the person who had single-handedly caused the final calamity of the soared profound world would actually be such a young man. This was simply unimaginable. No matter who it was, as long as they knew the truth, they would tremble in fear and feel a chill all over their bodies. In the middle, a dark throne floated. Gu Changa sat upright on it. His face was blurry and ancient, exuding the coldness and majesty of a god. His gaze fell and slowly swept across all the land sword immortals imprisoned here. In the end, he nodded lightly. In the past few days, the only remaining land sword immortals in the sword profound world had been captured by the will of the heavenly Tao and imprisoned here. Other than some fish that escaped the net that could not be sensed, there was almost no one left behind. Sir, may I ask when this sacrifice will begin? The black-haired, middle-aged man, formed by the will of the heavenly Tao, was still as tall and sturdy as before. His hair was thick, and his eyes were as deep and vast as the sea. However, in front of Gu Changa, he was still incomparably respectful and fearful. After all, his life was in his hands and could be extinguished at any time. He did not dare to hesitate and refuse Gu Changa's orders. Wait a little longer. There are still some people who have not arrived. Gu Changa shook his head lightly. Although his gaze was calm, the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. I understand. The incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao nodded silently. At this moment, he even felt that Gu Changa was more like the heavenly Tao than him. He was cold and heartless, treating all living things as ants. As Gu Changa's sleeves trembled slightly, the space in front of him blurred. Then an image appeared. Everything that had occurred in the entire dark sword world was reflected here. Calamities swept through the entire world, causing the heavens and the earth to collapse, the seas and rivers to dry up, and it was a scene of desolation. Stars fell from the heavens, swirling with scarlet fiery light. They continuously smashed into the great earth, creating terrifying craters and cracks. Many cultivators and living beings couldn't escape in time and were smashed by these stars. In an instant, they were turned into ashes and meat paste, their bodies and souls destroyed. Billions of living beings were wailing in agony as they watched the entire world collapse and shrink, as if it was being clenched by an invisible giant hand and then slowly closed. The heavens were in tatters, large chunks collapsing and falling off. Divine flames overflowed, spreading towards every part of the great earth. Everything along the way was burned down, turning into ashes. It was a despairing and dark scene. Even those with powerful cultivations would feel fear in their hearts at this juncture. They could only think of ways to escape to the central region. However, when the collapsing area reached the central area, the world was not far from destruction. At that time, everyone would die. No one was an exception, other than the native cultivators of the dark sword world, fleeing for their lives. There was also the army of the upper realm that had descended into this world fleeing. Ancient warships transformed into streams of light, speeding through the universe at the speed of shuttling through the universe, avoiding the collapsing void turbulence and the falling stars. The world collapsed, order and rules were broken, and the aura of destruction was everywhere. Among them, the most unsafe area was the outer space. Now, the universe tunnel back to the upper realm was closed. Everyone only had one way out, and that was to escape to the central region of the dark sword world, or rather, to rescue the ancestors of the various races that were trapped somewhere and see if there was a glimmer of hope for survival. The black fog that drifted over from an unknown place spread out and enveloped many cultivators. Soon, blood spurted out from their mouths and noses, and they quickly shriveled up. It was as if all their vitality, essence, and spirit had been devoured, turning into nutrients for the black fog. Such black fog now enveloped every corner of the dark sword world. It was still surging toward the central area at a terrifying speed, and there was almost no way to stop it. It seems that the only way now is to rescue the ancestors first. Otherwise, we will definitely be trapped in this world and can't return to the upper realm. Many figures stood on the ancient warships, looking at all of this with solemn expressions. They still did not know Euphia's purpose. They only wanted to take advantage of the chaos in this world to rescue their ancestors who were trapped somewhere. After all, only the power of those who had attained the Tao had a chance to find the coordinates of the upper realm, reopen the universe tunnel, and safely return to the upper realm. Euphia's heart was a little cold, and she ignored the many conversations around her. She looked at the terrifying scene below and felt a lingering fear. This was the process of an ancient world collapsing toward destruction. It was like a terrifying black hole spreading, swallowing everything. All living beings and cultivators were buried in it. Even the ancient ferocious beasts that lived in the deep sea could only let out an unwilling scream before they were swallowed by the void turbulence. The majestic power that belonged to the world came crashing down. Even the stars were as small as dust, let alone living beings. I only hope that he will keep his promise and let us go when the time comes. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Euphia sighed softly in her heart. She was not sure if Guchanga would let them go, but following Guchanga's orders was indeed the only way to survive. The place where the ancestors are trapped should be up ahead. When the time comes, I hope that everyone will work together. Soon, Euphia calmed herself down and said to the powerhouses behind her. The central area of the dark sword world was in front of them, and it was also the area that had not collapsed yet. Countless cultivators and living beings swarmed toward that area as if they had gone mad, trying to find a chance of survival. Euphia followed Guchanga's instructions and led the armies of various orthodoxies here. She had already guessed what would happen next, and that was why she felt a chill in her heart. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that such a ruthless method would be used by the leader of the upper realm's younger generation, the number one person revered by countless young sky prides. At the same time, in the central area of the dark sword world, in a majestic palace, the graceful sword deity, snow sword deity, and the others who were released were also discussing matters with the remaining powerhouses in this world. In this palace, there was a square sword forging platform that was surrounded by all kinds of colorful sacrificial stones that emitted a faint brilliance. A path was vaguely projected as if it was pointing somewhere. It seems that the rest of the land sword immortals are imprisoned there. If we follow this path, we'll be able to find them. One of the land sword immortals said excitedly. When the graceful sword deity and the others heard this, they nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was always a way out. Before they deduced that space, they had already prepared everything. Therefore, after they found the path, the mighty army outside the palace rushed over and followed everyone to kill their way there. This was almost the strongest force that could be gathered in the dark sword world. Everyone was determined to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly axiom. After I saw young Master Gu from afar outside the ancient mystic ruins, I haven't seen him since. It seems that he has already returned to the upper realm. Perhaps we won't see him again in the future. In the army, Princess Xiandai and Ah Qing were also there. She looked at the shattered sky in the distance and could not help but sigh, as if she was regretful. 3 days ago, an ancestor of the Nanming dynasty who had been in seclusion for a long time was also captured. Before this, they did not know that the Nanming dynasty had an ancestor who had already entered the land sword immortal realm. Therefore, the Nanming dynasty had mobilized almost all of their forces to rescue the ancestor this time. Even a princess like her could not escape. I'm afraid that the rescue of so many land sword immortals this time will result in certain death. Perhaps the meeting at the ancient mystic ruins was the last time. A hint of regret appeared on Ah Qing's small face. She shook her head and hid the emotions in her heart. Which girl did not yearn for love? She was no exception. However, this admiration had never been revealed. She also understood that it was impossible. To Guchanga, his actions back then were nothing more than simple compassion. The two of them were not from the same world at all. If it were not for that coincidence, they would not have had any interaction. Woo woo woo! The ancient horn sounded. Everyone's heart surged and their morale was boosted. The great army of the sword mystic world gathered and opened up a path. They followed the path that was deduced to rescue the land sword immortals who were captured by the will of the heavenly axiom. Graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others led the way in front. This was a terrifying force that could not be underestimated. Even the sky was trembling. The vast army covered the sky and the sun, sweeping through everything. The number was not in the trillions, but there are definitely hundreds of billions. Kill! Endless roars came from afar. They contained endless killing intent that seemed to penetrate through the past and present, washing everything. The vast and mighty army finally killed their way to this place. They broke through the scene and saw the depth and darkness of this place. Dark cages floated in the air, densely packed. The laws and order interweaved, trapping all the land sword immortals who were captured. In the surroundings of this space, clusters of dark, divine flames burned. It was incomparably terrifying, wanting to refine the figures in the cages. What? Everyone was shocked. They stood there in a daze, unable to believe all of this. Snow sword immortal, graceful sword immortal, and the others turned pale. Their bodies were covered in cold air, and they could not help but tremble. They felt as if they had fallen into a terrifying trap. Is it finally here? In the dark and deep space, Guchanga sat on the throne. Looking at the scene in front of him, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And as his voice fell from the depths of this space, there was a heavy, cracking sound. Terrifying chains pierced out, directly piercing through everything. Then these chains spread out. Each one was as thick as a mountain ridge, as if they were made of supreme immortal gold. They were of different colors and flickered with a faint immortal light. They wrapped around the world in all directions, as if they wanted to absorb the origin of this world. My lord, shall I make my move too? Seeing this, the true will of the heavenly path trembled and hurriedly cupped his hands. He understood that Guchanga was beginning to extract the origin of this world, planning to sacrifice this world. All living beings would become nutrients. The maturation of the origin of a world was extremely difficult. Even he had to go through a lot of trouble to find such an opportunity. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to break the seal and condense the origin of the world, taking the final step. However, he did not expect that all of this would be a wedding dress for Guchanga. Do it, Guchanga said indifferently. There was no fluctuation of emotion in the depths of his eyes. He was only condensing the origin of the world. As for the matter of sacrificing this world, it had nothing to do with him. Therefore, even if there was a great reason, it would only fall on the will of the heavenly path. Once the origin of the world was in his hands, erasing the will of the heavenly path was just a small matter to him. The calamity had descended, and the cycle of reincarnation of heaven and earth was just following the order of the rules. After countless years, this world would be reborn from chaos, and everything would be reborn. After all, this was reincarnation. Since that's the case, then let's begin. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Hearing this, the will of the heavenly path's face revealed a sinister look. Looking at everything that was filled with despair and destruction, it began to control the power of the heavenly path, pushing the world-ending millstone, rumbling as it rolled down. Boundless black fog spread out from this place, covering millions of kilometers in an instant. At this moment, the sword mystery world had finally come to an end. The world-ending millstone was boundlessly large, with no end in sight. It rumbled down from the sky, slowly moving, obliterating all traces and rules. All the cultivators and living beings were wailing, shattering and decaying, about to return to the ruins. Black blood filled the sky like a hell on earth. What exactly is this? In the army of the upper domain there was panic. Everyone was shocked. Even quasi-emperors were crushed by this aura and then were drowned in the black fog. They wailed and chose to self-destruct, wanting to escape. This was a horrifying scene of apocalypse. Suddenly, ancient sacrificial runes lit up in all directions, accompanied by streaks of bloody light shooting into the sky. Miserable cries and despair filled the air. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings could not escape in time, and all turned into energy that surged into the ground. The strange sacrificial runes were ignited, turning into patterns that spread out in all directions. Mountains collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the sky cracked. This was a shocking scene. At the same time, words flickered in the pitch-black void, as if they were imprinted with divine gold, more dazzling than the stars. These were ancient sacrificial runes. In ancient times, these were the words that the ancestors chanted when they offered sacrifices to the heavens. At this moment, everyone heard the sound of chanting scriptures between heaven and earth. It was ancient and vicissitudes, as if it had transcended eras. There were gods and devils sitting cross-legged on the horizon, boundless and compassionate. Rescuing the ancestors is just a bait to lure all of us in. While the passage between the two worlds is closed, they borrowed everyone's lives to ignite the sacrificial runes. Using the power of the sacrificial runes, they sacrificed a powerful world to nourish this place. This is too cruel, using everyone as nutrients to nourish something else. What is the purpose of this? On the ancient warships, all the cultivators from the higher realms were in a daze. Their faces were pale with fright, overwhelmed with shock and despair. Even the quasi-emperor's souls were trembling, terrified to the extreme. Staring at the calm Euphia, many experts were furious, full of anger and hatred after being deceived. I'm just following orders. Everyone, please don't blame me. Looking at the world-destroying millstone that was gradually descending, Euphia stood on the ancient warship, her expression exceptionally calm. Many people immediately understood Euphia's actions. This was a trap to lure everyone here. Now, they were truly in a situation where they couldn't call for help. No one could save them. Even if the higher realms knew about the situation here, they wouldn't be able to rush over to rescue them. Their bodies were ice cold. Sacrificing a great world to nourish something. This kind of thing actually happened before ancient eras. However, only the immortal rulers who had fallen into darkness would do this kind of heinous thing, because they would suffer a backlash from heaven and earth. Especially for an ancient world like the Sword Mystery Great World, the backlash was even more terrifying. Even a true immortal wouldn't be able to bear it. This was simply unimaginable. No one would have thought that the expedition to the lower realm this time would actually become a dead end, and everyone would be turned into nutrients. Chapter 652. Whose orders are you following? How dare you lure us here? On the ancient warship, all the experts from the upper realm felt a chill run down their spines. They stared at Euphia with murderous intent and anger. At this time, even the stupidest person realized that rescuing the ancestors was a lie. Luring all of them here to prevent them from returning to the upper realm before the cosmic tunnel closed was the real reason. At this point, all of them would probably be buried here, following the living beings of this world and becoming nutrients for the sacrifice. Euphia's face was elegant and beautiful, and her figure was slender and graceful. She stood at the top of the ancient warship. At this moment, she was exceptionally calm. Her hair danced in the wind, and her face was like jade. She was indescribably beautiful. She looked at the dark land and then smiled gently. Until now, you still can't see who's behind all this. You mean, could it be Guchanga? It's him. It's definitely him. Other than him, no one has such guts to bear such great karmic fire and sin. Hearing this, many ancient quasi-emperors were stunned at first. Then they reacted and their expressions changed drastically. They were filled with fear and disbelief. They almost instantly concluded that Euphia was working for Guchanga. Even if a heaven-defying figure appeared in the sword-black world, he wouldn't dare to scheme against everyone like this. Therefore, after thinking about it, they thought of Guchanga. Because after the ancient mystic ruins disappeared, Guchanga never appeared again, and no one knew if he had returned to the upper realm. Other than Guchanga, no one could do all this. Why would he do this? Is he not afraid of the great karma? How dare he? On the ancient warship, many young supreme beings who had not left this world were filled with fear. They didn't want to die here. There was still a bright future waiting for them. In the future, they would reach the Tao and look down on all eternity, becoming invincible. Now, this world was about to be destroyed, and a catastrophe was coming. Even if they had great talent, they would die here and turn into dust. Euphia gently shook her head. Her gaze was filled with pity as she looked at this group of young supreme beings. Even now, they still couldn't figure it out. This wasn't a question of whether they dared or not. It was just that the two of them were no longer on the same level. In Guchanga's eyes, everyone was no different from ants. It was just that he had become a tool for further advancement on the path. Originally, when he was in the upper realm, Guchanga did not dare to reveal such a thing. However, in this profound great world, was there anything that he did not dare to do? In that case, the ancestors of the various clans who disappeared before were actually killed by Guchanga. Even the Grand Emperor of your great celestial dynasty was killed by him. So why are you still helping him? Many people were furious. Their words were filled with fear and despair. They couldn't understand Euphia's actions at all. She didn't care about such a huge grudge and even obeyed Guchanga's orders to lure the various orthodoxies' armies here. What were his intentions? However, Euphia was not in the mood to answer them. She raised her head and looked at the sky. The terrifying and vast aura of destruction was slowly descending. Countless runes rushed out from the surrounding ancient warships and turned into surging energy in an attempt to resist, but it was futile. Everything was collapsing and disintegrating quickly. Countless runes were being obliterated. The terrifying millstone of destruction was incomparably huge. It spanned between heaven and earth and was entwined with billions of red rays of light as it slowly crushed down. The void collapsed. Heavenly flames and meteors fell continuously, burning everything into ashes. The ancient warships tried to escape, but they were quickly swept away by the shock waves. Everyone was in fear and despair. Their bodies kept collapsing and were engulfed by the flames. Then they were burned to ashes, along with their divine souls. Even the profound, great world was collapsing. The void collapsed inch by inch. The earth collapsed and volcanoes erupted. Cultivators and living beings could forget about surviving. In all directions, ancient sacrificial runes were ignited. Vaguely, there were ancient gods and demons sitting at the end of heaven and earth, chanting for the sake of reincarnation. These scenes were too horrifying. Dark fog descended, covering all of the light. Ignite the sacrificial runes, sacrifice everyone, and then condense the origin of this world. It seems that this is his ultimate goal. Euphia sighed softly. She watched as the ancient warships around her collapsed quickly. The light shield was fragmented and then shattered like broken eggs. This kind of power was not something that could be stopped by a human. Perhaps only a true immortal could resist it. What is this place? At the same time, in that deep and dark space, the mighty army of the profound, great world arrived. They broke through all the obstacles and finally saw this place. However, when everyone saw those terrifying dark cages, they were stunned. They could not help but tremble. Their bodies were cold, and they were terrified to the extreme. As far as the eye could see, the dark cages seemed to be suspended in the deepest hell. The surroundings were filled with a destructive aura. Black fog surged, and the end could not be seen. It made one's heart palpitate. That is a Grandmaster of my Kongshan mountain. He was captured and brought here. Grandmaster, I have come to save you. In the army, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe said with a trembling voice. He recognized the figure imprisoned in the cage not far away. It was a grandmaster who was taken away by the red chains that fell from the sky a few days ago. His cultivation had already stepped into the sword immortal of the land for many years, and he had been in seclusion all this time. But now that figure was as thin as firewood. His body was surrounded by black divine flames. He let out a silent, miserable howl, and his eyes were filled with incomparable despair and fear. In addition, in the surrounding cages, everyone gradually saw familiar figures. Even the expressions of graceful sword immortal, Snow sword immortal, and the others changed. They saw many of their old acquaintances who were now suffering from torture and were in a daze. This place was like the legendary Nine Netherhell, filled with despair and destruction. Everyone trembled with fear. These cages can't be broken. There are terrifying restrictions on them. Seeing this, someone tried to go forward and rescue the many sword immortals of the land imprisoned in the cages. However, before they could get close, they were struck by silver lightning from the depths of the darkness and turned into ashes. They did not even have time to scream. Graceful sword immortal and the others were all shocked. They hurriedly told everyone to stop, not daring to touch it again. Even the sword immortals of the land who were imprisoned were unable to escape. As people from the outside world, they probably had no way to escape. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch as the seniors are trapped inside and suffer? Princess Xian Dai saw her own ancestor in a dark cage. He also had a miserable appearance. She could not bear it and could not help but ask. Forcefully opening it is definitely not possible. Since they were captured by the will of the heavenly Tao back then, there must be a way to save them. Right now, the most important thing is to find the location of the will of the heavenly Tao and destroy or seal it. Snow Sword Immortal lightly shook his head, indicating that Princess Xiandai, Qing, and the others should not be anxious. Seeing that her master had already said so, Princess Xiandai did not continue asking. However, for some reason, she felt uneasy in her heart. Although all the forces and experts that the sword profound great world could gather were gathered here. However, that feeling of danger and uneasiness always lingered in her heart, unable to be erased. I heard that you were looking for my location? Right at this moment, in the depths of this serene space, a cold and terrifying voice suddenly sounded out, bringing with it the might of the heavens. The void trembled as vast and mighty silver lightning descended from the sky. It was like a world-destroying dragon that wanted to engulf the world. A tall and cold figure appeared. His black hair was thick and his eyes were deep. His body was surrounded by a blurry world light, as if he was a god that was respected by all. He walked out from the sea of silver lightning. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to change, and they were about to suffocate, formed from the will of the heavenly Tao. During this period of time, Yi Jianxian had flipped through many ancient books, so he was able to determine at a glance that the figure in front of him was definitely the will of the heavenly Tao that they had been bitterly searching for. In the beginning, they had placed their hopes of resisting the heavenly demons on him. However, they never thought that the will of the heavenly Tao was even colder and more terrifying than the heavenly demons. It actually planned to destroy the world and destroy this world. It's this person who tried to destroy this world that once gave birth to countless cultivators. The expressions of the other Earth Sword Immortals also became serious as they stared fixedly at the figure that had appeared. As long as we destroy him or seal him, everything will return to its original state. Someone growled, deep hatred appearing in his eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred and anger, their killing intense sword, as if they wanted to shatter this world. They didn't know why the will of the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy all of this, and they didn't want to know. To them, it was the person in front of them who wanted to destroy their home, destroy their family and friends. The reason why the current sword, profound, great world had become like this was because of the person in front of them. Lowly ants, becoming the nourishment and sacrifice of this world, is your last honor. Yet you still want to resist. The will of the heavenly Tao swept across everyone with a cold and detached expression, completely different from the fearful expression he had when he was in front of Gu Changa. Even those who had achieved the Tao were only SOSO in his eyes, not to mention the group of Earth sword immortals in front of him. They were no different from ants. Since the ancestors were able to seal you, we can do the same. Don't underestimate us. Evil will not prevail over good. Man will prevail over the heavens. A veteran Earth sword immortal shouted in a low voice. His entire body shone brightly as sword chi clanged. There were at least 10 million of them as they slashed towards the will of the heavenly Tao, wanting to fight to the death with him. Kill. The rest of the Earth sword immortals also shouted angrily as they turned into streams of light and charged forward. A vast killing intent swept through the entire space like a vast ocean. Our bodies contain special powers. As long as we work together, we can definitely defeat the heavenly Tao. The graceful sword immortal's entire body was also glowing. The top of his head was resplendent. The sword chi was biting cold. A green Tao sword in his hand released endless brilliance, as if it could flatten the heavens and destroy all living things. In an instant, the boundless army charged forward. There were over 100 billion of them, and terrifying rays of light blossomed. There was a huge amount of runes interweaving, and a powerful aura filled the air. Everyone's blood and bones were shining brightly. The essence, energy, and spirit contained in the deepest part of their divine soul were all activated, wanting to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly Tao. This was an aura that was like a torrent bursting through a dam, like mountains and rivers rolling in reverse, suppressing heaven and earth, breaking through all rules. The dark cages floating here also trembled continuously, as if they were about to fall. It's this damned ancestral symbol again. Seeing the scene, the expression of the will of the heavenly Tao finally changed a little, not as casual as before. A long, long time ago, he had actually suffered such a loss. The bodies of the living beings of the sword mysterious world contained innate spirit swords. This innate spirit sword was actually formed from an innate ancestral symbol from an extremely ancient era. That innate ancestral symbol was extremely mysterious. Some people even said that it was the door to all wonders, the image of all living beings, and could evolve everything. However, no one knew what it was exactly. However, for some reason, that ancestral symbol shattered in one day, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions and merged with the blood of all living beings in the world. Back then, the ancestor of the ancient profound god dynasty had also discovered this secret, which was why he gathered the power of all living beings to destroy the heavens and seal him. Even if we can seal me again, what's the use? When you find out the truth, you will only feel more despair. All of this has long been destined, and there is no possibility of changing it. Even I am just a chess piece, and in the end it will be a wedding dress for you. The will of the heavenly Tao said coldly. A huge black hand swept across the sky, and a terrifying millstone appeared behind it. 6 doors flickered with brilliance, and endless mysteries appeared. This was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's authority. The millstone of destruction crushed all the rules and order that rushed over, quickly shattering them. 6 of the doors opened, like 6 ancient demons opening their huge mouths, capable of swallowing the universe and destroying all the incoming sword lights. Although they felt that the will of the heavenly Tao's words were a little strange, at this time everyone could not care so much, and their hearts were supported by a killing intent. The graceful sword fairy, the snow sword fairy, and the others were in a frenzy, and their eyes were full of hatred. They did not care about anything else, and were determined to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly Tao today. This was an overwhelming difference in strength. When the huge black hand slapped down, it was like a monstrous wave from the deep sea. A large number of cultivators exploded into a bloody mist before they could even let out a groan. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they turned into boundless energy that merged into this space. This battle was incomparably tragic, and it lasted for far too long. Everyone was charging over fearlessly, but they could not even touch a corner of the will of the heavenly Tao's robe. In the end, many people were in despair, and they could not see the slightest chance of survival. Kill! The eyes of the graceful sword fairy and the others had long turned red, and their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. They roared and charged, disregarding life and death. At this time, their essence, energy, and spirit faintly resonated, as if there was a mountain torrent flowing and the sea roaring. Everyone's chi and blood seemed to be connected together, penetrating the heavens like the legendary galaxy, incomparably magnificent. Boom! A blurry ancient god wearing a beast skin dress and holding an ancient stone artifact was actually condensing and appearing at this moment. It was incomparably tall, as if it was standing at the peak of the dark clouds, about to fight with the will of the heavens. Ancestral symbol rebirth. The expression of the will of the heavens changed as it once again saw the scene that had once suppressed him. Graceful Sword Immortal and the rest were also stunned. They never thought that they would actually be able to summon such a peerless figure at this time. That kind of aura that could swallow the ancient times was truly shocking. However, they did not have time to think too much about it. The peerless figure that appeared in front of them had already started fighting with the will of the heavens. In just an instant, an even more terrifying shockwave swept over, directly piercing through the space, allowing them to see the tragic scene of the sword profound great world in the outside world. Countless sacrificial runes lit up everywhere. All of the living beings and cultivators that had died turned into surging energy, becoming sacrifices for this world. So the power that sealed the will of the heavens came from here. It seems like this is the key to the origin of the world. The so-called sacrificial offering is just a primer. Gu Changa stood in the deepest part of this space, watching everything from afar. His expression did not change at all. In his opinion, this peerless figure that had been condensed was clearly the origin that permeated all parts of this world. In the next moment, he raised his palm and slammed it down. Immediately, a vast sound of the world reverberated, covering thousands of miles. Whoa! Chains as thick as mountains stretched across the heavens and earth, passing through this universe, as if they were rooted in the deepest part of this world. Towards the end, dazzling and resplendent runes began to appear on the surface of these chains. Balls of rules and order turned into brilliance and were wrapped up by them, being absorbed from all over the world. Above all of the chains, there was a ball of misty light. It was only the size of a fist, but there was a majestic aura like that of a world surging and fluctuating, able to crush everything. The embryonic form of the world's origin, but it's still lacking. Perhaps this is just right. Gu Changa looked at the misty light above the chains and gently shook his head. Then he took a step out of this space. As he walked, a deep and dark path extended out, swallowing up the many dark cages on both sides. The many figures imprisoned within were instantly swallowed up, leaving nothing behind. Vast amounts of energy were guided by the sacrificial runes and converged here. In the depths of this space, the peerless figure that was fighting with the will of the heavens was also affected by this dark aura at this moment. His figure became blurry and could not continue to condense. Not good. The moment he sensed this aura approaching, the expression of the will of the heavens immediately changed. There was some anger and unwillingness. You promised me that as long as I work for you, you will not erase my intelligence. He immediately understood Gu Changa's intentions. His face was almost twisted as he stared at the depths of the darkness, revealing fear and anger. Everyone in the sword mystery world, including the Sword Fairy E and the Snow Sword Fairy, looked at this scene in shock, completely unable to understand what had happened. Why would the will of the heavens, who was fighting with this peerless figure, let out such a voice of despair and unwillingness. Such a voice truly caused them to tremble in fear. How much unwillingness and deep despair was contained within this voice. I never said that I would let you go. You seem to be thinking too much. Furthermore, you have already borne the karma that you should bear. You don't have the value for me to continue keeping you. Gu Changa lightly shook his head. His expression seemed to be somewhat regretful, as his figure slowly walked out of the darkness. He spoke casually, as if he was merely stating a simple fact. However, the information contained within his words caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. They were terrified to the extreme, and even their souls seemed to have been frozen. Sword Fairy Yi, Snow Sword Fairy, Princess Xian Dai, and the others were all stunned, unable to believe everything that was happening before their eyes. I captured everyone for you and bore all the karma for you. After the matter is done, you burn the bridge after crossing the river. You are truly ruthless. Seeing that Gu Changa had no intention of letting him go, the will of the heavens let out a bitter laugh that was filled with dense resentment and unwillingness. His body continued to collapse, turning into a rain of light that dissipated. Originally, his life and death were controlled by Gu Changa, but now Gu Changa only needed a thought to destroy his will and turn him into dust. Even if he controlled the authority of the heavens and had an enormous amount of mana and power, it was still useless. Chapter 653. Bang! The heavens and earth were overturned, and 10,000 tribulations turned to dust. In this space, all the rules and order were collapsing and shattering into ashes. An endless sea of lightning interweaved and filled the air. The will of the heavens continued to melt, and its voice gradually disappeared. In the eyes of everyone, that final roar of unwillingness was like an ancient giant letting out a roar of despair and unwillingness, angrily denouncing the unfairness of the world. However, everything had already been settled, and there were no surprises. Such a terrifying and monstrous will of the heavens that viewed all living things as ants, that was practically undefeatable, turned into a rain of light and dissipated before everyone's eyes. Is it over? Is everything over? The will of the heavens has been destroyed, and our world has returned to normal. Someone muttered in a low voice, his mind already unclear. This scene was too inconceivable. It was like a dream, causing everyone in the sword, profound, great world to tremble in fear. They found it hard to believe that this was real. Everyone looked at Gu Changa, who was calmly walking over, their faces filled with unconcealable fear and disbelief. Yi Jianxian, Snow Sword Immortal, Princess Xian Dai, and the others could be considered to have a better understanding of Gu Changa. However, at this moment, they could not help but tremble slightly, their entire bodies turning cold. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing the will of the heavens. If not for Gu Changa's sudden appearance, they would not even dare to imagine it. All of this was actually controlled by Gu Changa from behind the scenes. Even the will of the heavens was nothing more than a pitiful chess piece in his hands. Now that the value of this chess piece had been exhausted, it was heartlessly abandoned by Gu Changa. So the reason why young Master Gu let us go back then was for this day? Yi Jianxian, Snow Sword Immortal, and the rest had bitter expressions on their faces, as they thought about the scene when they were imprisoned in the extraterritorial demon dungeon. At that time, he had kindly thought that it was because Gu Changa was merciful and did not want to kill anymore. But he never thought that all of this was within Gu Changa's control and plan. The reason why he let them go was so that they could lead the army here and become the sacrifice. Everyone was his pawns and tools. Looks like you guys aren't stupid. What? Even now, are you still thinking of resisting? Gu Changa gently shook his head. His expression was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Whether it was in the past or now, these so-called land sword immortals were no different from ants in his eyes. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand. There was no need for him to stand in the same world as them and talk about principles. Is our resistance still useful? The eyes of graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others were filled with despair and dejection. Princess Xian Dai, Ah Qing, and the rest were also slightly pale as they looked at Gu Chang'e, who was a stranger to them. It turned out that all of this was just their own wishful thinking. From the very beginning, Gu Chang'e had come to this world with a purpose. It was just that they were too stupid to realize it. Gu Chang'e had been plotting this scheme for too long, so long that everyone had fallen into it without realizing it. They couldn't help but shiver. They were terrified to the extreme. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Perhaps you can give it a try. After all, there is still hope. Gu Chang'e smiled lightly and slowly walked over. Darkness spread behind him, but the depths of his eyes were cold. Young Master Gu, why are you doing this? Princess Xian Dai and the others laughed bitterly, unable to accept this fact. However, Gu Chang'e's gaze did not fall on them. From the beginning to the end, it was as if he had not heard these words. He was cold and indifferent. Kill! A land Sword Immortal's eyes turned red as he roared and rushed forward. His entire body turned into a dazzling sword light. He ignored the surrounding people and wanted to fight Gu Chang'e to the death. He watched as the dark cages were engulfed by the flames. The many figures imprisoned in them disappeared without even being able to scream. How could he bear such a scene? Now that he knew that the culprit was Gu Chang'e, the only thought in his mind was to kill Gu Chang'e. However, before this land Sword Immortal could get close to Gu Chang'e, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He swept his spear horizontally and pointed it to the south. It was as fast as lightning and pierced through his forehead in an instant. Then he turned his wrist, and the body flew out, exploding into pieces in the air. He died on the spot. Ada appeared with a cold expression. He was wearing the hell iron armor, like a war god from the depths of hell. His eyes were slightly red. He slowly glanced at the people in front of him. He didn't say a word and just stood in front of Gu Chang'e. All of the living beings and cultivators who wanted to attack felt their hearts tremble when they saw this shocking scene. Not to mention Gu Chang'e. His subordinate alone was enough to defeat everyone here. At this point, they finally understood why the will of the heavenly path said that when they knew the truth, they would only be more desperate. Because everything was already destined. Facing an enemy like Gu Chang'e, was there any hope of resisting? Even if we know that there's no hope, we still have to fight. Otherwise, how can we face the seniors who died here? How can we face the blood they shed? Seeing that the morale was low and despair shrouded everyone's heads, an incomparably old land Sword Immortal roared. He took a step forward, away from the army, and ignited the last of his essence, energy, and spirit. He turned into a ball of flames and charged forward without fear of death. That's right, we can't despair yet. We still have one last chance. Wasn't it the same just now? Seeing this, someone suddenly came to his senses and recovered from his despair. He gritted his teeth and roared, igniting the light of hope once again. That's right. How can we say that there's no hope until the last moment? Hope is in the hearts of people. The graceful Sword Immortal also roared. He swept away the despair and dejection from before and charged forward with the other land Sword Immortals. And at this time, as if affected by everyone's emotions, the matchless figure that had already become faint and was filled with darkness suddenly released an immeasurable amount of light, becoming more and more resplendent. For a moment, even the strands of hair became denser and denser. Each strand was like a river of stars, shining brilliantly and incomparably large. They hung there, surrounded by an immeasurable amount of light. Kill! Everyone couldn't help but look at the matchless figure standing at the top of the dark clouds, their eyes filled with hope. This was an existence that was summoned when everyone's essence, energy, and spirit were connected together, containing everyone's unyielding will. Just a moment ago, he had fought with the will of the heavens for thousands of rounds and was almost invincible. Now his aura was even more powerful and terrifying. With a raise of his hand, endless multicolored light and auspicious chi interweaved and resonated. The ancestral symbol that the will of the heavens spoke of might be formed from the source of an existence that had once stepped into the immortal realm. Looking at the ancient figure wearing a beast-skin dress and holding a white bone club, Guchanga suddenly understood. The reason why the will of the heavens was born in the sword mystic world was very likely because this world was created by an immortal realm existence, or a world that was born from the corpse of a dead immortal realm existence. After understanding all of this, Guchanga did not continue to hold back and directly raised his hand and pressed forward. Vast mana fluctuations surged, turning into a monstrous, demonic cloud that instantly engulfed this space. All of the cultivators and living beings that rushed over collapsed under this power. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed, and their bodies collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. Compared to the battle with the will of the heavens just now, this battle was clearly even more tragic. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings rushed towards Guchanga. However, before they could get close to him, they were crushed by the majestic power. They couldn't even let out a groan and directly exploded. It was like a withered leaf in the sea that was crushed by the waves. It couldn't even stir up a wave and was incomparably small. This was an absolute crushing power. The void collapsed and the world withered. Terrifying chains that were like mountain ridges extended from the depths of the darkness, absorbing the origin power of this world. The hazy brilliance was also rapidly condensing and growing, slowly transforming from an embryonic form to a mature form. Guchanga's gaze was indifferent as he watched the many runes around him being ignited. Then they turned into energy and gathered over. However, in his opinion, this world's origin power was still lacking something. It seems that I still need to devour you in the end for this world's origin power to reach perfection. Guchanga took the initiative to attack. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd slashed down horizontally like a light of destruction. It had an invincible might that could overturn eternity and break the river of time. Clang, clang, clang. In the void, endless halberd light appeared and bloomed. It was terrifying and vast, and a single strand could destroy a universe. Bang! In just an instant, all the rules and living beings in front of him were destroyed, turning into ashes and vanishing into thin air. This kind of divine might was difficult for even the universe to endure, let alone living beings. The graceful sword immortal and the others who were attacking exploded at the first moment. Their divine souls were destroyed, not leaving anything behind. Rumble. In the darkness, great stars rotated and condensed one after another. Then they all fell down together. The matchless figure formed from the ancestral symbol's power had a gaze as cold as a blade. It descended towards him, as if it was about to awaken from some distant and unknown dimension. It was as if he heard the prayers of all life in this world. He gathered the faith and hope of all life and walked out from the passage of time. The sound of the great Tao resonated. All kinds of astronomical phenomena appeared. There were ancient saints kneeling and groups of demons bowing their heads. Demon Slayer! A muffled sound came from his mouth. It was hard to hear clearly, not because the language of this era was too ancient. However, everyone could understand the meaning behind those words. Boom! He was attacking towards Guchanga. Boundless symbols revolved around his body. Endless light transformed into divine weapons. They were resplendent to the extreme as they surged over together. This was the might of the great apocalypse. It was unfathomable and difficult to describe with simple words. Whoa! A halberd light swept across. It was incomparably cold. Millions of strands of demonic chi swirled and swept out, directly shattering these symbols. The 8 Desolation demon, halberd, slashed down. It instantly crossed the distance of millions of li and slashed through the cracks of space and time. You are already a dead person. Even if you reappear in this world, what is the use? As Guchanga stepped forward, This space that was already decaying immediately collapsed. A terrifying phenomenon appeared beside him. All kinds of chaotic light intertwined. His palm was bright and clear like seven-colored divine glass. All kinds of ancient and powerful Dharma images appeared. In front of him was the golden palace path. In front of him was a dark fog. Holiness and demonic nature coexisted. He was like a god overlooking the heavens with a cold majesty. However, the figure formed by the ancestral symbol was equally terrifying. All kinds of ancient strange beasts seemed to appear under his feet. He reappeared in this world and let out a world-shattering roar. He stretched out his claws and flapped his wings, attacking Guchanga. As expected, it is the aura of the immortal Tao domain, Guchanga softly muttered to himself. Facing this kind of existence who stepped into this realm countless years ago, he didn't use many Tao tools. There was definitely not a single level difference between this level of experts and those who had achieved the Tao. Ordinary methods couldn't destroy and devour them. However, in his opinion, this battle was already predetermined. There was no second possibility. Destroying the other party was only a matter of time. Rumble. Endless battle fluctuations spread out. This space was collapsing. Separated by indescribable time and space, Guchanga and the other party exchanged blows. The sky and earth were turned upside down. It could overturn everything. His gaze was cold and calm. He stood at the end of the darkness. Thick, dark fog shrouded him. He was active and powerful. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared. Boundless runes fell, devouring everything. All the rules and order were destroyed and then sucked in. Thick, chaotic mists spread outwards, natural laws collapsing. This place became extremely chaotic, all of the creatures disappearing, only leaving behind boundless light. Guchanga waved the halberd again, and the terrible brilliance seemed to tear apart the endless universe, destroying and destroying everything. Destroy! His expression was cold. There was only one word from his mouth. Vast fluctuations spread out. Worlds collapsed. The matchless figure, standing in the dark clouds, began to break inch by inch. This scene made everyone despair. They couldn't see a ray of light anymore. Time stopped. Space fell silent. All fluctuations were disappearing. Only a vast expanse of chaos was left between heaven and earth. It wasn't wrong to say that this place was the beginning of heaven and earth. This was because the 8 wastelands were vast and boundless. Only the vast and majestic world aura surged under his feet. It was as if there was an ancient world being nurtured. An incomparably ancient and tall ancient worship that was like a continent slowly swept across this vast expanse. Guchanga stood at the bow of the ship. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He was untainted by a speck of dust. He was like a transcendent deity. He looked at the sword profound world that had already turned into chaos under his feet. He gently shook his head. His eyes were calm and without ripples. After condensing and taking away the world's origin, he didn't destroy the many true spirits scattered in this world. In other words, after a few years, perhaps hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, this world would evolve again. Everything would go back to reincarnation, and the cycle would repeat. Every world's reincarnation means a new life from destruction. Perhaps this is the true reincarnation. Behind Guchanga, a slender and graceful figure slowly walked over. There was a complicated expression on her elegant and beautiful face. It was the great Yu celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Euphia. She was actually a little surprised. Guchanga actually kept his promise and didn't kill her. However, on second thought, Euphia understood. This was because her living identity was more useful to Guchanga, especially after the many orthodoxies from the upper realm that came to this world this time were all destroyed and buried here. Destruction after rebirth, and rebirth after destruction. Is this really reincarnation? Guchanga smiled gently. He retracted his gaze and disappeared from the bow of the ship. He had obtained the world's origin. He had to start refining and devouring it. After returning to the upper realm, there would be a lot of trouble to face. Chapter 654. In the upper realm's heavenly region, where the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital was located, various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had gathered. Unknowingly, the smell of war filled the air. Swords were drawn and bows were on the verge of breaking out. Everyone was trembling in fear, feeling extremely uneasy. Buzz! Numerous blurry and terrifying figures stood in the depths of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial palace. They looked at the current Emperor Yu coldly, demanding an explanation from him. Some time ago, the space passage to the Sword Arcane Great World was suddenly closed. Many cultivators guarding there tried to reopen the Great Universe Passage, but they all failed. Some boundary emperors took action, but it was all in vain. They could not find the space node of that world and could not open the passage. This caused a huge commotion. Many orthodoxies around the heavenly region immediately sent their elites over. This was because their enlightened patriarchs and the current generation's successors had already gone there. If they were trapped in that world, it would be difficult for them to escape. To them, that was an immeasurable loss. Just as the various forces were discussing how to open the spatial passage, a terrifying piece of news that shook the entire world suddenly spread. The soul lamps left behind by the various forces' patriarchs when they descended were extinguished. Their auras disappeared and they died in that world. This news shook the entire heavenly region. Whether it was ordinary cultivators or disciples of the major orthodoxies, they all trembled in fear and disbelief. In this era, enlightened patriarchs were already at the peak of existence. Their cultivation was unparalleled, and they looked down on the world. To put it bluntly, as long as a force had an enlightened patriarch, they would not have to worry about it for millions of years. No one would dare to provoke them. However, such a powerful existence had actually lost his life in a crusade against a lower realm, and it was not just one person, but all of them. What exactly was hidden in that great world? What kind of terrifying dangers did it contain? This news was too shocking. Everyone who heard the news widened their eyes, wondering if they had heard wrongly. After that, the authenticity of this news was confirmed. Not only did the enlightened patriarchs who descended to that world die, but the rest of the army that went with them were also annihilated. Like a stone falling into the deep sea, no news was sent back. Without a doubt, this news caused the various orthodoxies to be furious. Many elites immediately rushed to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to ask for an explanation. After all, the entrance to the Great World was discovered by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. That location was also within the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It could be said that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was to blame for such a huge incident. Even though the foundation of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was extremely deep, it was difficult to see the truth. However, for such a huge matter to happen, one had to bear a lot of pressure. It was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened. Moreover, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's ancestor, who had the strength of a Tao attainment expert, had also perished there. Speaking of which, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty also didn't want to see such a thing happen. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. We didn't want to see such a big thing happen. Not only were the patriarchs behind you killed, but the life jade of one of Great Yu's imperial patriarchs who had attained the Tao was also shattered in the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Emperor Yu wore a purple and gold crown. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was dignified. But now, with a worried look on his face, he cupped his fists and apologized to the experts from the various orthodoxies. Everyone here was the leader of their respective orthodoxies. They were either clan masters or sacred lords. Their identities were unimaginable. He couldn't put on airs and look down on them too much. It happened in your Great Yu Celestial Dynasty anyway. Back then, it was also Great Yu that spread the news that a great world was about to appear. Now that such a big thing has happened, your great celestial dynasty can't escape the blame. An ancient being from the heavenly Emperor Mountain said with dissatisfaction. One of his most promising descendants was also in the army heading to the sword arcane great world. Now that he had perished there, his heart was bleeding. All the efforts he had put in to nurture him had turned into a drop of water that flowed down the drain. How could he be satisfied? The other experts from the various clans also had ugly looks on their faces. Not only did they not gain anything from this trip to the lower realm, but they also lost many young sky prides and a Tao attainment expert. It was a heavy loss. Emperor Yu also sighed in his heart when he heard that. He understood that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He also didn't know what happened in the sword arcane great world that caused the Tao attainment experts from various forces to perish. Even the great universe tunnel that led to the great world was closed. Haha, Emperor, you have to think carefully. It's only us who came. That person from the Gu clan seemed to have also gone there. Now his whereabouts are unknown, and his fate is unknown. If even he perishes there, I'm afraid your great celestial dynasty won't be able to bear the wrath of the Gu clan. An old man from the divine Spirit Mountain said with a sneer in his eyes. He couldn't hide the ridicule in his voice. As soon as these words were said, Emperor Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. Under his robe, his fists couldn't help but clench tightly. In fact, this was also what he was most worried about. After all, among the younger generation that came to the lower realm together, Gu Changa was among them. Although Gu Changa was powerful, and even a Tao attainment expert was no match for him. However, no one knew what happened in the sword arcane great world. With so many accidents, who could guarantee that Gu Changa would definitely be alive? Gu Changa was now only the young master of the Gu clan. On a certain level, he was no different from the Gu clan master. Moreover, his talent was terrifying, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. It was only a matter of time before he reached the immortal realm. Once Gu Changa perished, the impact would definitely be countless times more shocking than the death of a Tao attainment expert. At that time, the Longevity Gu clan would definitely start a longevity war with the Great Celestial dynasty. Not to mention the other eternal forces that would be involved, including Gu Changa's mother's lineage, the Primordium demonic sect, and his fiancée's peerless celestial dynasty. There were just too many. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle and feel uneasy. Emperor, you should think about how to deal with this big trouble. Otherwise, your great celestial dynasty will definitely be in trouble this time. The ancient existence from the heavenly Emperor Mountain shook his head and spoke. There was some pity in his eyes. Although the heavenly Emperor Mountain suffered a great loss, compared to the great celestial dynasty, it was much better. Now, in the various heavens of the upper realm, many orthodoxies and forces were paying close attention to the situation here. If the great celestial dynasty did not handle it well, when the time came, the forces that would attack them would definitely not be just these few. And just as many powerhouses were discussing this matter, a vast pressure suddenly appeared between heaven and earth at the border of the great celestial dynasty. Rumble! The sky trembled, and the wind and clouds changed color. An extremely terrifying crack suddenly appeared in the sky above, as if it was torn open by a pair of invisible giant hands. Endless light and primal chaos, chi, gushed out from the crack, instantly spreading out in all directions. This place seemed to be torn apart by an eternal light. All kinds of runes rushed into the sky and lit up the sky. Even the cold and dark depths of the universe were as bright as day for a moment. An ancient and majestic worship came rumbling over, as if it had broken all the rules and order from the vast land and rushed out with blood on its bones. This is the ancient worship of the great celestial dynasty. Why is it rushing out from here? No, this seems to be an army that is heading to that great world, Such a great momentum and movement immediately alarmed all the nearby cultivators and living beings. Divine rainbows swept across the sky and landed here. Looking at this scene, they could not help but be shocked. What happened in the Sword mystery world had not been completely spread in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, but there were many rumors. So many cultivators did not know that the various orthodoxies of the lower worlds had suffered heavy losses and could be said to have lost everything. What's going on? What happened? Quickly send the news back and inform His Majesty Emperor Yu that the ancient worship of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty has returned safely. In the dark, many spies of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty reacted immediately after the initial shock and quickly spread the news here. It's really back. This familiar aura of heaven and earth on the ancient worship. Great Yu's eldest princess, Euphia, had a complicated expression on her face, but she also felt somewhat at ease. However, she was still clear that although things seemed to have settled down, there were more troubles to be faced next. This was because Gu Chang'e would not appear, and as the leader of the younger generation of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty who went to the lower worlds, she naturally had to bear the brunt and bear the anger and blame of various forces. It was also because of this that Gu Chang'e chose to let her live. The Nirvana Path Realm is also known as the Path Realm. Although entering this realm is divided into early, middle, and late stages, it is actually just a difference in how far one goes in this realm. In a palace deep in the ancient worship, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged without moving. His face was calm, and his body was like a rock. Wisps of black light fell from the top of his head and then flowed down from every pore, like billions of stars intertwining. After devouring and refining the world origin of the Sword Profound World, his cultivation had indeed increased by a large margin compared to before. Previously, he could only be considered to be in the early stage, but now he was close to the late stage. Of course, in terms of strength, the improvement was even more obvious. Even Gu Chang'e was not sure how strong he was now. Although the peerless figure formed by the ancestral symbol in the Sword mystery world had the power of the immortal Tao, it was ultimately just an illusion and not the real body. It could not be compared to a perfected immortal. However, it was still much stronger than a remnant immortal. The Heavenly Heart brand and the Sword Tao Saint Heart, these two things are indeed not very useful to me now, but it's better than nothing. Then Gu Chang'e looked at the Heavenly Tao reward dropped after killing the two sons of Destiny, Toba Xiaoyao and Lin En. He opened the Heavenly Tao treasure chest to check it after leaving the Sword mystery world. The Heavenly Heart brand was something similar to the Heavenly Tao mark. It was golden and extremely misty and needed to be used in conjunction with an ownerless small world. It could be used to refine that world into one's own world incarnation and wield the authority of the Heavenly Tao. However, it was still extremely useless to Gu Chang'e. He planned to give this item to Yu Mingkong when he had the time. The unparalleled immortal dynasty was proficient in the spatial world Tao. Its use in this aspect could be said to be unique in the upper realm. As for the Sword Tao Saint Heart, it was a kind of Sword Tao talent that could be used to nurture disciples or juniors. This was even more useless to Gu Chang'e, but it was still kept. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. With such a big thing happening in the Sword mystery world, it's impossible for the upper realm to not pay attention. I still have to lie low for a while. If there's anything, let Euphia handle it first. Gu Chang'e put away the two items and came to the ancient worship, looking down. They were now in the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty and would be able to return to the imperial capital soon. There were a total of 5 people who had attained the Tao in the Sword mystery world, involving 5 imperishable great sects and orthodoxies. Therefore, if this matter was not dealt with properly, it might lead to a longevity war. After all, the fall of those who had attained the Tao was a big deal for any faction. I can take advantage of this opportunity to let Yu Tianzheng make his move. It's time for the Great Yu Dynasty to change masters. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Chang'e's mind, and his eyes suddenly became extremely deep. At this time in the Great Yu Dynasty, there were definitely powerhouses from various factions gathered. If the Great Yu Dynasty's emperor fell at this time, what would happen? Presumably, no matter who it was, they would immediately suspect the various forces. At the same time, in the imperial capital of the Great Yu Dynasty, Emperor Yu, who was discussing this matter with the powerhouses of various factions, was also the first to know that the ancient warship of the Great Yu Dynasty had returned safely. He was stunned at first. Then, after a moment of shock, he was in deep disbelief and could not believe it. What? The ancient warship of the Great Yu Dynasty has returned safely. The powerhouses of various factions beside him naturally heard this, and their expressions suddenly changed. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were suspicious. In many people's opinion, all the factions were buried, and only the ancient warship of the Great Yu Dynasty had escaped. What did this mean? Could it be that the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty had killed them? Brothers, please don't worry and don't be impatient. I've only just found out about this matter. Just in time, when the army returns to the imperial capital, we can ask what happened. I don't think everyone is in a hurry. Emperor Yu is also a smart person. He instantly understood the thoughts in everyone's hearts and hurriedly spoke to calm them down. Chapter 655. Is this an order for me to take action? In a cave somewhere in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Emperor Yu was looking at the letter in his hand. He looked excited and worried at the same time. He was Yu Tianzheng, the uncle who lost the fight for the throne with Emperor Yu. All this while he had been following Gu Changa's orders and hiding here, waiting for the right time to take action. Now that Gu Changa had sent someone to send him a letter, how could he not be excited? He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. It's time for the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to change hands. He sneered, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the place. He planned to order the spies he had set up all these years to take action. Now that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in troubled times, everyone was anxious, and it was the perfect time to start a war. We should inform the house master about the return of the young master. Half a year ago, the young master ordered that after his return, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion should take over Stupa and Hell. After Yu Tianzheng left, two figures that were as faint as gray fog slowly appeared in the void and were talking softly. They seemed to have merged with the world, but there was always a faint murderous aura around them as they walked, as if they could kill all the young kings. The safe return of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's ancient warship shocked everyone in an instant. Whether it was the various forces in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty or the forces that sent spies to keep a close eye on this matter, they were all shocked. Many cultivators immediately went to the Great Yu imperial capital to find out if it was true or not. At such a critical moment, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's ancient warship actually returned safe and sound, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Under the influence of some people, a rumor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty killing various orthodoxies spread quietly. For a time, undercurrents were surging and murderous intents were hidden. In the Great Yu imperial capital, many armies received orders and rushed from various places to guard and patrol the area. Now that it was troubled times, no one knew if a great war would suddenly break out in the imperial capital. Before the experts from various orthodoxies arrived, there was a fluctuation of Tao attainment artifacts that had awakened, and it shocked countless cultivators. Rumble! An ancient warship covered in blood and bones rolled across the sky, its flag fluttering in the wind as it slowly landed in the depths of the Great Yu imperial capital, attracting the attention of all parties. It seems that the rumors are true. The ancient warship of the Great Yu imperial capital has returned safely from that world, but this is the only one left. What kind of dangers does that world contain? It actually caused so many people to die tragically. Even those who had attained the Tao were not spared. The imperial capital of the Great Yu Dynasty occupied an area of 1,000,000 miles, standing tall like an ancient, divine mountain. Mist rose from it, and colorful clouds curled around it. It was brilliant and dazzling. Flying waterfalls, spirit springs, immortal mountains, incomparably grand and majestic. Within the many pavilions and halls, many cultivators and living beings watched this scene with different emotions. Some were alarmed and uneasy, while others were gloating. According to the news, Gu Changa also went to that world. Do you think he died there? In a pavilion, many young geniuses were having a small gathering. There were people from all different clans. Their bodies were surrounded by precious splendor, and they were all quite extraordinary. Among them, one of them had a strange expression, as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh softly and then asked. At this time, mentioning this in such a way seemed to be gloating. If others heard it and spread it, they might even offend Gu Changa. However, this was what everyone was thinking. If Gu Changa really died in that world like the other Tao attainments, it could be considered a blessing for all the young people. All these years, Gu Changa was like a terrifying demonic mountain that stretched across the heads of this generation of people. Even the ancient freaks who were born were pressured by him to the point that they couldn't breathe and couldn't see a trace of hope. It was completely sad to be in the same world as such a person. They didn't even have the qualifications to be a foil. You underestimate young Master Changa too much. When he was in the 8 desolates 10 regions, he alone suppressed the Tao attainments of that world so much that they didn't dare to leave the city. He will die in such a lower world. It's simply the biggest joke in the world. You haven't seen that scene with your own eyes, so you have no idea how terrifying he is. If you ask me, even if everyone dies in that world, nothing will happen to young Master Changa. However, upon hearing this, another young woman suddenly shook her head and sneered. She was very disdainful of the person who asked just now. When the upper world was fighting in the 8 desolates 10 regions, she happened to be among them. She witnessed the terrifying scene of Gu Changa holding the Taoist instrument and fighting many Tao attainments of the 8 desolates 10 regions. Therefore, she was very sure that Gu Changa would never have an accident. Such a person was destined to be the protagonist of heaven and earth, an immortal existence that led several eras. How could anything happen to him? While many young Supreme Masters were talking, a ray of light flashed in the void in front of the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Then, several vague and terrifying figures stepped out. Each of them had an extremely monstrous aura, and their eyes were shining brightly, suppressing the surrounding rules to the point of collapse. They stood there like gods. All kinds of visions flashed in their eyes as they waited for the ancient worship of Great Yu to land. The leader was the current Emperor Yu. Behind him were many ministers of the Great Yu dynasty. They all looked solemn as they watched the ancient worship slowly land in the distance. Now, they all wanted to know what had happened in that world. Now, the survivors on this ancient worship might be able to tell them all the answers. Greetings, Father, and all the seniors. Soon, the ancient worship landed. Euphia led the army and walked down first. There was a serious look on her demure face. The eldest princess of Great Yu is still alive. It seems that we should be able to find out what happened in that world from her. The experts of various clans also looked over and stared at Euphia. In particular, the terrifying figures standing at the entrance of the imperial palace looked like the scene of stars falling and the moon falling in their eyes. Fia, you don't have to be so courteous. I'm relieved that you're safe and sound. What happened in that world? Tell us in detail. You don't know that I've been worrying about this for the past few days. I don't know how to explain it to all of you. Emperor, you saw that Euphia was safe and sound. He sighed in relief and then said with a gentle smile. He glanced around and found that less than 1/10 of the army that went to the Sword Mystery World had returned. It was obvious how tragic it was. Euphia had expected such a scene. When she thought of Gu Changa's instructions, she put on a solemn expression again and said, Father, the appearance of that great world is actually a bait. Its purpose is to attract all of us to go there. I'm sure that except for me, the people of the other orthodoxies have been buried there. What, Bait? As soon as she said that, there was an uproar. Everyone was stunned at first. When they came to their senses, they could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Who would be so bold as to use such a great world as bait to attract everyone to go there and bury everyone? They really did not dare to imagine, even in the current upper realm, who would dare to do such a thing. What do you mean by that? Emperor Yu frowned. He was puzzled and was about to ask. However, the supreme powerhouses of the other forces had already taken a step forward. They stared at Euphia with intimidating gazes. They did not believe Euphia's words. They did not think that there was anyone in this world who dared to scheme against them. Seniors, if you don't believe me, you can take a look at this shadow recording stone. This is what happened in the sword mystery world back then. The will of the heavenly axiom revived and wanted to sacrifice the entire world to transcend. All the orthodoxies who went to the lower realm became nourishment and were buried there. Euphia's expression was solemn. As she spoke, she took out the shadow recording stone that she had prepared long ago. The many powerhouses present only needed to take a look to know whether the image in the shadow recording stone was real or fake. She had already thought of other explanations and did not leave any loopholes. The will of the heavenly axiom revived and planned to transcend. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned cold. Their bodies trembled as they understood that this was not a small matter, especially the supreme powerhouses of the various clans. They were experienced and knowledgeable and knew how terrifying the will of the heavenly axiom was. So that's the reason. Emperor Yu did not think that his daughter would lie, and his expression became incomparably solemn. At that moment, they picked up the shadow recording stone in Euphia's hand and carefully investigated what happened in it. Then they all widened their eyes and gasped. They personally witnessed the sword mystery world's collapse and the shocking scene of all living beings joining forces to fight against the heavens. That kind of monstrous power made even those who had attained the Tao feel a wave of palpitations. Some trembled from the bottom of their souls. This kind of power, even from the image at that time, makes one's heart palpitate. It shouldn't be wrong. The heavenly axiom of that world actually had such plans. It's not strange that the various forces would be buried there because of this. After the supreme powerhouses of the various clans saw the image, they were all silent for a long time. They were shocked. They were very sure that the will of the heavenly axiom of that world had definitely touched the threshold of the immortal realm. If they were to transcend, it was very likely that they would threaten the upper realm. To put it bluntly, even they did not have the slightest chance of survival in the face of such a terrifying will of the heavens. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch after descending to the lower realm. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge trap waiting for all of us? Then, seeing that no one was doubtful about this matter, Euphia sighed again and began to narrate the many details of what had happened. Gu Changa did not mention these things, but she still thought of a way to cover up all traces. However, from beginning to end, Gu Changa had always been a behind-the-scenes existence. Even the will of the heavenly Tao had become a wedding dress for his disciple. Therefore, she didn't need to think too much about how to cover it up. In the end, how did you all escape? Then there were some supreme beings who were confused, asking with puzzled eyes, how did Euphia and the others manage to escape safely, tear open the great universe tunnel, and return to the upper realm? There were many doubtful points in this. Emperor Yu originally heaved a sigh of relief because he knew that this matter had nothing to do with the great Yu celestial dynasty. But when he heard this question, his heart still tightened. In fact, he also wanted to know how Euphia and the others managed to escape from that dangerous place. How could the will of the heavenly Tao, which possessed strength close to that of the immortal path, let them leave safely? Euphia's expression did not change much when she heard this, as if she already knew that everyone would ask this question. She sighed softly and said with some lingering fear and luck, speaking of this, it's all thanks to young Master Changa. If he hadn't helped at the critical moment, I'm afraid we would have died in that world together. Young Master Changa? Everyone's expression was stunned, and many people only reacted now. Gu Changa had also descended to that world together with the army. However, until now, there had been no news of Gu Changa's death from the longevity Gu family. From the looks of it, Gu Changa should be safe and sound, and there was no danger to his life. Thinking of this, the expressions of many supreme experts became solemn. They really wanted to know what had happened and where Gu Changa was now. It's good that young Master Changa is fine. Emperor Yu had always been worried that the longevity Gu family would vent their anger on Gu Changa after something happened to him. Now that he heard this news, the stone in his heart finally fell, and a smile appeared on his face. Where is young Master Changa now? Didn't he return to the upper realm with you? The supreme expert of the sky, Emperor Mountain, asked with a strange look in his eyes. He wanted to know Gu Changa's current whereabouts. Young Master Changa is in the ancient warship, but his current condition is not good, and he has suffered heavy injuries, Euphia answered according to Gu Changa's request. Then she told everyone the truth. When that realm collapsed, it was Gu Changa who took action to resist the will of the heavenly Tao of that realm. Then he drifted in the vast expanse with them, searching for the spatial coordinates of the upper realm. However, when fighting with the will of the heavenly Tao, Gu Changa injured his origin. Later, he forcefully tore open the universe tunnel, and his injuries worsened. During this period of time, he had been recuperating on the ancient warship, so he did not show himself. Young Master Changa is injured. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they did not believe it. However, it made sense. After all, no matter how strong Gu Changa was, it was impossible for him to fight against the will of the heavenly Tao, which was comparable to the immortal realm. It was already unimaginable that he could escape safely. If it was any other person who had achieved the Tao, they would have died long ago, not to mention that they had the means to tear open the universe tunnel and return to the upper realm. Euphia's words dispelled the doubts in many people's hearts. The reason why they were able to escape unscathed was because of Gu Changa. However, some people still had doubts in their hearts and did not completely believe Euphia's words. Then everyone discussed for a while and decided to go to the ancient warship to visit Gu Changa personally to check on his current condition. Euphia had received Gu Changa's instructions, so she was not surprised. She led the way in front and led everyone to visit Gu Changa. In the palace that was shrouded in dazzling multicolored light and surging spiritual fog, Gu Changa was dressed in snow-white clothes. His black hair was as clear as ink and was tied with a simple hairband. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was extremely calm as he looked at the supreme powerhouses of various clans who were walking toward him. "Greetings, brothers," he said softly, as if he was not surprised. "We heard that young Master Changa was seriously injured after the battle with the will of the heavenly Tao of that realm, so we came to visit. I hope young Master Changa won't take offense." The supreme powerhouse of the heavenly Emperor Mountain spoke. His body was full of demonic aura, and his eyes were bright. Ancient runes of the great Tao flashed as he carefully sized up Gu Changa's current condition. As he spoke, he took out a sparkling purple jade box as a gift. It contained 1,000,000-year-old king medicine. Even for those who had achieved the Tao, it was an extremely precious healing item. 2. Chapter 656. It was very quiet in the palace. Only the incense burner at the side emitted a faint green smoke. Gu Changa's white clothes were whiter than snow, and his face was handsome. Although his face was a little pale, he did not lose his extraordinary appearance, like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He waved his sleeve and accepted the jade box in the hands of the supreme expert of the Sky Emperor Mountain. He nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your visit. My injuries are much better now." His words were calm, and his eyes were so deep that no one could see the truth. However, many of the supreme experts present were existences that stood at the peak of this world. Their eyesight was astonishing, and they could naturally see that Gu Changa was currently in a state of qi and blood deficit, and his origin was damaged. They looked at each other with strange expressions. All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds, and then they took out the things they wanted to see. No matter what, at this time, no one dared to easily offend Gu Changa, even if he was injured. In that case, we won't disturb young Master Changa any longer. We'll take our leave first. Regarding the sword profound world, the Great Yu Princess has already told us clearly. There are also some details. It seems that we can only wait for young Master Changa to recover from his injuries before asking. Farewell. After sending the visiting gifts, the supreme experts of the various clans also left with their own thoughts. They did not stay for long, although they still had many doubts in their hearts. They already believed what Euphia said. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already searched his soul to find out many details. However, Euphia had the great Yu celestial dynasty behind her, and her status was very noble. Gu Changa was even more so. In the current upper realm, who would dare to say that they would search his sea of consciousness? That was tantamount to provoking the longevity Gu clan and Gu Changa, and it would trigger the longevity war. Brothers, take care. Gu Changa's expression did not change much as he nodded and said, after the supreme experts of the various clans left, Emperor Yu, who was still in the palace, could not help but ask, Young Master Changa, are you not going to inform the longevity Gu clan behind you about your current situation? No matter what, Gu Changa was currently injured. It was inevitable that there would be some monsters or enemies in the dark who would dare to make a move against him. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter. Even if I am injured now, ordinary people are not my opponent. You worry too much. Hearing Gu Changa's words, Emperor Yu still didn't quite believe it. In his opinion, Gu Changa's injuries were not simple. He had already injured his core. However, the average person that Gu Changa spoke of was definitely not an average person. At the very least, they had entered the level of Tao attainment. Since Gu Changa did not care about what he said, there was nothing he could do. Since that's the case, this emperor will not disturb young Master Changa any further. Soon after, Emperor Yu also cupped his hands and planned to take his leave. However, before he left, he glanced at his daughter with a strange look in his eyes. After this trip to the lower realms, Euphia seemed to have gotten closer to Gu Changa. This was naturally something that Emperor Yu wanted to see. Until now, he had not agreed to the Ju-In royal court's request for a marriage alliance because of this layer of consideration. How's everything going? Soon, only Gu Changa and Euphia were left in the hall. He casually glanced at Euphia and asked, Everything is according to young master's instructions. There is not the slightest mistake, Euphia replied respectfully, completely different from her demure and elegant appearance in front of outsiders. After experiencing the lower realms, she had also thought through many things. Therefore, she no longer dared to be like before, talking to Gu Changa as a peer and appearing cautious and fearful. That's good. Gu Changa looked at the many jade boxes in his hand, then smiled lightly. It was not the first time that he had done something like pretending to be seriously injured. Whether it was in the past or now, it had a miraculous effect. The current great Yu celestial dynasty was a mess. Now that news of his serious injury spread, many forces in the dark would be eager to make a move, and it would be difficult to contain them. This was also the situation that Gu Changa wanted to see the most now. In the next few days, many news about the sword arcane great world spread from the great Yu celestial dynasty, causing a commotion in the upper realms. The awakening of the heavenly Taos wanted to sacrifice all living beings, bury a realm, and achieve transcendence. The various forces that went to the lower realms suffered heavy losses, and none of them survived. Even those who had achieved Tao died in it. Even Gu Changa almost lost his life in it. Now that he was seriously injured, he was recuperating in the great Yu celestial dynasty. The impact caused by this was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea causing endless waves. Every cultivator who knew about this was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The shadow recording stone regarding this matter also spread in the various merchant alliances and markets, and was bought by the various imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies at high prices. For a time, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was pushed to the forefront of the storm again. Supreme experts tried to deduce the lower realms that belonged to Hongming, but in the end they failed. They couldn't deduce its location, and they couldn't even sense its location. This made people vigilant. If that great world really succeeded in transcendence, it was very likely that an existence comparable to a perfected immortal would be born, and it would threaten the current upper realms. In another ancient world that was an endless distance away from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, another imperishable celestial dynasty stood. Even if the lightning was exhausted and the universe was destroyed, it never showed any signs of weakening. It was eternal and immortal. It was where the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty was located. An incomparably beautiful woman in a phoenix robe was flipping through memorials in the palace. Her beautiful face frowned slightly, and then she said lightly, "Got it? Secretly send 1,000,000 shilu away to wait outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty." Emperor Chu this? The female official kneeling below the palace was shocked and puzzled. Shilu Wei was a terrifying force that Emperor Chu had secretly cultivated all these years. It was extremely powerful and was like a sharp blade that could cut through anything. Wherever it passed, gods and demons would be beheaded. Shilu Wei was the one who dealt with many things that couldn't be exposed. Now he was going to mobilize 1,000,000 Shilu Wei? This was an unimaginable matter. "You don't have to worry about this. Just send Shilu Wei over." Yu Mingkong waved her hand gently. Her eyes were calm and deep, and her body carried a terrifying majesty. Yes, the female official didn't dare to say anything else. She hurriedly left with the order. "Looks like he's planning to attack the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty." Yu Mingkong put down the memorials in her hand. She couldn't hide the longing in her eyes. News of Gu Changa's severe injuries came from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. However, Yu Mingkong, who knew Gu Changa very well, knew that it was just a pretense. Someone as strong as Gu Changa would never do something that he wasn't confident in, so it was impossible for him to be severely injured. The will of the heavenly Tao, which many orthodoxies were afraid of, had probably been dealt with by Gu Changa. Even the various experts who had died in the lower realm were likely to have been killed by Gu Changa. Judging from the chaotic situation in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Gu Changa would probably attack the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. That was why she sent someone to send Shilu Wei over. These Shilu Wei were trained by her according to the training method Gu Changa had given her. They were extremely powerful. "I miss you so much after parting with you." Then Yu Mingkong gently picked up a brush and ink. She began to write a letter to express her lovesickness. A faint smile flashed across her bright eyes. She planned to tell Gu Changa about Shilu Wei. Apart from that, she was almost done with the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts that Gu Changa sent over from the Sword Arcane Great World. Once the time was right, she would be able to open the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Although the commotion in the Sword Arcane Great World had subsided, there were still undercurrents. During this period, several princes and princesses were assassinated and almost lost their lives. Even the future successor of Emperor Yu, Yu Lai, was almost killed. This incident happened in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital, right under Emperor Yu's nose. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was furious, and Emperor Yu immediately ordered a lockdown of the imperial capital to capture those assassins. Such an act was undoubtedly audacious, and it made the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty very angry. However, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital was now a mixed bag of good and bad people. All the imperishable sects and orthodoxies had supreme experts here with terrifying forbidden weapons. Therefore, the search became extremely difficult, and they might even offend other orthodoxies. Therefore, after a few days of fruitless searching, Emperor Yu could only give up. Buzz. At the same time, in the northeast corner of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital, there was a spacious street. A group of knights was walking slowly, and behind them was a carriage decorated with true dragons, divine phoenixes, and other figures. Runes flickered, and brilliance filled the air, making it look extremely noble. However, at this moment, the void trembled slightly, and a grayish-black sword chi flashed past here. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and the space here seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths, the street returned to its usual bustling and lively state. Bang! However, in the next moment, a muffled groan suddenly sounded from within the carriage, and a rain of blood poured out, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! This sudden turn of events alarmed all of the cultivators and living beings on the street. The many knights who were in charge of guarding the carriage were stunned on the spot. After regaining their senses, they hurriedly roared and sealed off all directions, wanting to capture the culprit. One should know that the person sitting in the carriage was one of Emperor Yu's most beloved sons. Although he was not as highly regarded as Crown Prince Yulai, he was still much more important than the other princesses and princes. Now that something had happened to him here, everyone could not absolve themselves from the blame. The assassin must have been waiting here for a long time. He didn't even activate the life-saving jade talisman that His Majesty gave to the sixth prince. How despicable. These assassins are too arrogant. They don't respect us at all. Many of the knights were furious, but they could not find the assassin's whereabouts. The depths of their eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Situations like this had been happening for the past few days, and it made them wonder if the various orthodoxies were targeting Great Yu together. The waters were too muddy, and they did not know which faction was targeting Great Yu. Scenes like this had been happening all over Great Yu's imperial capital recently. At first, it was the princes and princesses who were assassinated. Later on, even some of the important ministers and their family members were assassinated, and many of them died tragically. The entire Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in a state of panic. When the ministers went to court, they would send a large number of people to protect them. There were also rumors that Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had provoked public anger, and now the various orthodoxies were discussing how to deal with it. The assassinations in the past few days were only a precursor. Emperor Yu was angry about this, but he was also worried. He could not figure out where the problem came from. Could it be that someone was planning to attack Great Yu? At this time, the instigator of this incident, Gu Chang'e, was still recuperating in a quiet courtyard in Great Yu's imperial capital. 1 million, Shil Wei. Mingkong knows me best. There was a gentle smile in his eyes as he read the letter in his hand. Although cultivators were far away from each other, they would send messages through message talismans. It was rare for them to send messages in the form of letters. However, every time Yu Mingkong told him something, she would write it down personally. Her graceful and sharp handwriting faintly emitted the aura of an empress. It suppressed the surroundings, was peerless in her generation, and captivated one's soul. With this 1 million Shilo away and the backup plans I made during this time, it's enough for me to change the owner of Great Yu. Gu Chang'e gently put away the letter as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Although Yu Tianjing was just a chess piece, he was much easier to control than Emperor Yu, who had been hiding in Great Yu's imperial capital. Of course, the most important reason was that he had planted a slave seal on Yu Tianjing. Yu Tianjing controlled Yu Tianjing's life and death. If Yu Tianjing was in charge of Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, it would mean that Gu Chang'e was in charge of this everlasting celestial dynasty behind the scenes. After all, it was not suitable to fight head-on, and there was no guarantee that it would succeed. Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had a deep foundation. There might be a self-sealed remnant immortal, or even a complete immortal artifact in the depths of their ancestral land. It was not possible to shake their foundation with just this little bit of power. Therefore, the only remaining method was to see if it could be disintegrated from the inside. Whether it was Emperor Yu or Yu Tianzheng, they were both of Great Yu's bloodline. Even if the many patriarchs did not want to see such a situation, they would not think of stopping it. After that, Gu Chang'e ordered people to send the heavenly core seal that he had obtained a few days ago to Yu Mingkong. He also told her about the situation on his side and told her not to worry. Once the matter at Great Yu's celestial dynasty was settled, he would go to Wushuang's celestial dynasty to discuss the wedding date with her. Chapter 657. The Great Yu celestial dynasty was in complete chaos. Ever since many princes and princesses, as well as important officials and family members, were killed by assassins. Flames of war were lit all over the territory, and killing intent rose everywhere. Some of the dukes and marquises started to set up their own territories, trying to build a country within a country. The Great Yu celestial dynasty was an undying celestial dynasty that had existed since the ancient era and had produced immortals before. Its territory was vast and boundless. There were simply too many dukes and marquises that were bestowed upon them. Today, within the Great Yu imperial capital, there were also disasters everywhere. Emperor Yu was so busy every day that even if he wanted to send an army to suppress them, it was too far away. The various dukes and marquises also saw the situation and felt that the Great Yu celestial dynasty was facing an unprecedented disaster and was showing signs of falling apart. Thus, they all set up their own territories and tried to take advantage of the situation. Young master, I have already followed your instructions and ordered the various armies to come. When the time comes, I will ask Emperor Yu to give up his throne in the name of cleaning up the chaos. If he doesn't, I will fight him in the imperial capital. I am 80% confident that I can kill him. Great Yu imperial capital in a quiet courtyard. Gu Chang'e stood under an ancient tree with red mulberry leaves and nodded lightly. His white clothes were whiter than snow, his figure was tall, and his hair was as black as ink, giving off a lustrous glow. There were 3,000 worlds around him, and he seemed to be standing in the legendary celestial realm. In front of him, Yu Tianjing said respectfully, his eyes filled with respect and fear. Today, he finally understood how terrifying Gu Chang'e's methods were. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe that Gu Chang'e was actually safe and sound. It wasn't like what the outside world said about his origin being damaged and being heavily injured. This also meant that what he said about being injured to go against the will of the heavenly path and being heavily injured to help Princess Eufia were all fake. In Yu Tianjing's opinion, the destruction of the so-called lower world could have been caused by Gu Chang'e. It was simply terrifying and made him shudder. Do you really have 80% confidence in dealing with Emperor Yu? Gu Chang'e's gaze was calm as she looked at Yu Tianjing from the falling mulberry leaves. Reporting to young master, I know Emperor Yu very well. I know very well what kind of methods he has. I have 80% confidence in this battle. Yu Tianjing solemnly promised. His original plan was to infiltrate Great Yu's imperial capital and assassinate Emperor Yu. However, when Gu Chang'e found out about this, he told him to give up on this plan. From Gu Chang'e's point of view, Yu's imperial capital was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, especially in the imperial palace. Emperor Yu had been overseeing the imperial palace for many years, so he definitely had a deep understanding of the many restrictive spells within it. Moreover, the imperial palace was close to the forbidden land of Great Yu. If a battle broke out, it was impossible not to alarm the many ancient existences sleeping within. The success rate of the assassination was very small, close to zero. Therefore, rather than assassinate Emperor Yu, it would be better to take advantage of the chaos and set things right in the name of supporting the world. In this way, even the ancient existences of Great Yu could not stop them, as they would not be able to hold their ground. Your 80% confidence, in my opinion, is only 10%. Gu Chang'e gently shook her head. She looked at Yu Tianzheng from head to toe and then said, "In terms of cultivation, Yu Tianzheng was indeed slightly stronger than Emperor Yu. However, in terms of methods, timing, location, and people, the two were not on the same level." "Young master!" Yu Tianzheng was stunned. He did not understand why Gu Chang'e said this, and why he only had a 10% chance of winning against the current Emperor Yu. However, he did not dare to question Gu Chang'e's judgment. In terms of strength, it would be easier for Gu Chang'e to kill him than to kill an ant. "I will bestow you with a secret technique. In a few days, you will be able to kill Emperor Yu in the duel." Gu Chang'e casually glanced at Yu Tianzheng, not intending to explain further. Then he pointed his finger, and a faint light appeared. There were many ancient and mysterious runes of the great Tao flickering within. Then it turned into a ray of light that shot into Yu Tianzheng's forehead. Suddenly, an extremely obscure, ancient, and terrifying scripture filled with demonic nature appeared in his mind. Every word was as bright as a demonic star, shining with a dazzling brilliance that illuminated and washed the sky. In a daze, Yu Tianzheng saw boundless demonic energy appear, vast and endless, drowning the world. He was extremely shocked and felt his mind tremble. There was a great sense of fear, as if his soul was being devoured by the scripture. "Thank you, young master." Yu Tianzheng's forehead was full of cold sweat. His mind could not calm down, and incomparable waves appeared. He knew that this scripture was absolutely terrifying and had an unimaginable origin. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly thanked him respectfully. Since it was bestowed by Gu Chang'e, it was naturally not simple. He had a deeper grasp of the life and death battle with Emperor Yu in a few days. After Yu Tianzheng left, Gu Chang'e retracted his gaze and looked thoughtful. The secret technique bestowed by young master is probably not that simple, right? At this time, a sweet-sounding, gentle, and seductive voice sounded from the side. A white-clothed woman quietly hugged her 9 soft and fluffy foxtails as she stood behind Gu Chang'e. There was some doubt on her indescribably beautiful face. She was tall and slender. Her face was fair. Her skin was delicate and snow-white, and her eyes were sparkling. She had an enchanting beauty that shook one's soul. She was the 9-tailed fox clan's heavenly daughter, Yinmei, who had rushed here after learning that Gu Chang'e had returned to the upper realm. It's just an early overdraft of his remaining life. But for him, this is enough. This is the last value he can bring to me. Gu Chang'e lightly shook his head. "Young Master 513, you're still as cold-blooded and heartless as usual." Yinmei pursed her lips and smiled. She did not seem surprised. She did not think that this Yu Tianzheng could bring much value to Gu Chang'e. This is not cold-bloodedness. It's just making use of trash. I need a suitable chess piece to control Great Yu. Yu Tianzheng is ambitious and skilled, but he lacks luck. And I happen to be able to give him the luck that he lacks. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. He would not hide such things in front of his woman. "I understand. Then I'll arrange for the Commerce Alliance to take over all the trade routes in Great Yu." Yinmei tilted her head as her lustrous eyes focused on his face. She revealed an expression of admiration and reverence as she said, "Young master, it seems like you've gained quite a bit from your trip down to the lower dimensions this time. I feel that even the remnant immortals of the various eternal orthodoxies are probably no match for you." This was her intuition. Although she had never seen Gu Chang'e fight, she could guess a thing or two from what happened in the sword mystery world. Gu Chang'e's hand fell on her silky hair and smiled. He did not comment. "By the way, young master, Miss Yen seems to have disappeared during this time. There's no sign of her anywhere in the upper realm." Soon after, Yimei seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said with a worried expression on her face,